Welcome, welcome one and all to the everyone's favorite day of the week, Friday, September 5th. And why is it everybody's favorite day of the week? Well, it's the weekend. But I think more importantly, it's because they know Fridays, that's when Rand and Jez show up for the Xbox 2.
Yeah, boy.
So we're finally here after... And Jez hasn't been here in a while. It's been a couple weeks because Jez went on vacation to Gamescom. He went on vacation. He wanted to smell new smells, as they say.
Smell new smells.
Yeah, he wanted to get all up in there with all the BO that everybody has over at the 100,000 closely confined video game enthusiasts, gamers as they call them.
Yeah, gamers. I definitely smelled new smells. I definitely
smelled things you want to completely forget about.
Yeah, true that. Definitely.
But yes, we are back. It's lovely to see everybody. Yeah, last week was not a good week for both myself and for Jez. It just didn't come together. I had my entire family here, so it was just one of those things where there's no I couldn't basically sequester myself away and do a podcast without constantly getting interrupted because my family was here. My brother, my sister, their significant others, and my nephews. So it was just,
sounds like a good time though.
It was fun. It was fun, but there was I just couldn't be able to be like, hey, leave me alone for 4 hours while I do the show. Not possible. Not possible at all.
Yeah.
So
happens, bro.
And then I think you had an appointment on Monday that you couldn't miss. So, it happens. We had to take the week off, recharge our batteries, but we're back this week. Hopefully better than ever. With a lot of things to talk about, because of all the things that have happened in, gaming. With Hollow Knight, basically, the Hollow Knight Madness, Silksong Madness, as I basically have it in the title. Because, holy cow.
It is mad.
We didn't think a game drop all the storefronts. But it's kind of crazy. But, we do have a lot to talk about.
Never seen anything like that.
Yeah, we do have a lot to talk about. So welcome to the Xbox 2 podcast. I'm one of your hosts, Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And I am joined, as always, by Jez Corden, Windows Central. I was trying to think of an honorific to put in front of your name, but I drew a blank, and I was like, that's Jez. Which is funny, I didn't tell you this before the show, but I am reading this new book, as I always do, called Empire of the Vampire by Jay Kristoff.
Right.
And the main character, Gabriel de Leon, is a silver saint, and he's fighting vampires and stuff. He has a horse named Jez.
What?
Yeah, he has this horse that he calls Jez. So in the book, he's like, and Jez was being a bitch, and I'm just like, yeah, he always is, isn't he? Yep, I know what you mean, Gabriel. Because Jez is short for Jezebel. He named the horse Jezebel. So, but
I've got family members who call me that.
Jez for short. So it's just funny reading the book and seeing Jez just appear in certain spots. I'm like, you're breaking my immersion here, book. But anyways, Jez is here after his vacation among the people over at Gamescom in Germany, playing a lot of games, getting a lot of info.
I played so many games.
And talked to so many people, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, we're happy to have you back. We have a lot here to talk about. So how have you been? I know you recently went to go get some eye consultancy to see what's going on with those peepers you got in your head over there?
Yeah, I had laser eye surgery consultancy because I'm thinking about getting laser eye surgery, and then they told me the price, and it's like, oh man,
I
don't know about that. because the price on the website is completely different to the price they quote you for. You know, because it's like, oh, that's the starting price, and if your eyes are completely fucked, then we have to do even more stuff to your eye. You know, so it's more expensive. So now I'm just thinking, like, maybe instead of getting laser eye surgery, I'll remortgage my house and buy the Lenovo Legion Go 2 instead, which
Yeah.
I suppose like we should probably talk about a bit later. Very, very pricey. Does it bode ill for the Xbox Ally? We'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, other than that, yeah, Gamescom was a blur. You know, I'm kind of like at this point, I'm sort of like honestly still kind of recovering from it, weirdly. Um, I've still got a Gamescom backlog. There's loads of games I haven't written up yet, like Silent Hill F, Crimson Desert. I played loads of games that I haven't written up yet. So those will probably trickle out in the next week or so. But also like right after that, I got, as is tradition around with conventions and things like that, I got seriously ill.
Of
Had
course.
well, I say seriously ill. I had norovirus, which I've never had before, which is a new experience for me. I don't know if you know what norovirus is, but it's like a really brief, violent stomach bug where it's like you throw up constantly for 6 hours and then spend the rest of the time in the bathroom for like maybe 12 hours, and then you're fine. It's the strangest virus I've ever had because it's like, because when you're that ill, you expect to like feel bad and have a recovery period. But after I was like, that was actually kind of cleansing in an absolutely disgusting way. But I also infected half my family. So in a sort of staggered out kind of way. So like my mom was sick and my brother was sick, and so like over the next week it was just like quarantine, bleach and everything. God, it was messy, man. Messy,
Messy.
messy week. But I discovered even more new smells. But now we're back. Everything seems to be normal. And when you do the Xbox 2 podcast on the right time and it's not delayed and it's on a Friday, then everything's right in the world. Everything's
Right.
gone back to normal. So that's where we are. That's where we are, buddy.
So before we get into everything, I want to ask you about your Gamescom trip. So tell me the things that stand out the most to you, or the things that were I'm trying to find the right words for it. I'm not going to say like the most important, but the things that you think the games that will surprised you the most or stuck with you the most, even after what it's been a week or two now. Like some of the things that you saw there, like you see all this other stuff, but some you forget about immediately when you play it, but other stuff you're just constantly. Because I know
Yeah.
I think your game of the show, at least that you saw, was Kronos: The New Dawn, which is the gameplay footage that we're showing right now. Me and Jez will both talk about the game a little bit later. The game's out right now for everybody to enjoy if they want to. But I was more talking about future games,
Future
future
games.
things that
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
saw that you think will make an impact. And what will be at the top of your list if you had to
Yeah.
compile such a thing?
Well, like you said, Cronos: The New Dawn was the game that sort of surprised me the most. It was
Mm-hmm.
like, man, this is like way better than I was expecting. It feels like Bloober Team's got up to that next level, and we'll talk about that more in a minute. But like you say, it's already out now, so it doesn't really count towards that future-facing outlook kind of thing. I suppose the game that you would have to put a pin in and be like, this is really one to watch is probably Crimson Desert.
Oh, okay.
Um, so
Yeah,
Crimson Desert,
people talk really highly about the combat and just everything that game is doing. It got delayed earlier this year to 2026.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah, and
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
glad it has. I'm glad it has because there's a huge caveat to me, like one it hyping this game up because the build that I played was I found it quite frustrating, um, for a couple of reasons. I think the build really throws you into the deep end in the middle of the game with no tutorials, and it is a complicated game. There are so many different ways to attack. There are so many different ways to interact with the world, you know, and one of the PR reps there that I was speaking to, I was like, man, there's a lot of stuff in this game, a lot of systems overlapping and confused, and I feel a bit overwhelmed, to be honest. And they were like, yeah, I mean, you have to remember that Black Desert is developed by Pearl Abyss, which historically is an MMO dev. And this game, I think, started life as an MMO, and you can really feel that, like in the way, like how dynamic the world is. The draw distance is insane. I don't think I've ever seen a game with the draw distance this far that still looked good and photorealistic. So draw distance is incredibly impressive. The visuals are impressive and all that kind of stuff. And it tries to do a lot of things, like environmental destruction, like blowing up buildings with siege weapons and stuff. And then you've got like the Witcher sort of combat, but it's like dialed up. So I think it is riffing on the Witcher, I think, to some degree. But you feel like a superhero. You can punch enemies across the map, a bit like Prototype, I suppose. And like do all these crazy moves and these crazy combos and things like that. And sometimes I was playing the game and I was just basically button mashing because it's so complicated. And then I'd pull out some like crazy ability that would send enemies flying across the map. I'm sitting there thinking, how the fuck did I do that? So I do kind of like, there's definitely something there where it's like, this is kind of incredible and epic and amazing. But at the same time, it was so overwhelming and complicated and systems heavy that I'm just kind of like wondering, is it going to be polished enough or intuitive enough when it launches? Have they gone too far here with the complexity? I couldn't get a good gauge of that because, like I said, I've thrown in at the deep end in the middle of the game. So I think Crimson Desert is definitely one to watch. If you've ever enjoyed like the sort of Ubisofty kind of games or The Witcher or things like that, definitely one to watch. It was very interesting mismatch of different genres. I think very ambitious game. Other than that, I also played Silent Hill F,
Okay.
which was also quite interesting and impressive. It was incredibly creepy. It's a very different kind of Silent Hill, to the point where I'm not sure they should have even called it Silent Hill, to be honest. So
That's
I'm kind of
interesting.
like, yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting there thinking like, there was an interview recently, right, where Pete Hines was talking about, who did he do the interview with? He did the interview with Kirk. Oh man, I can't remember the name of his site at the moment. But you can find it on the web. It's like a big interview with Pete Hines, a really big one. And he talks about how he tried to stop Bethesda from calling Prey because Bethesda's Prey had nothing to do with the original Prey, right?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I'm worried that Silent Hill F follows that thing where it's like Konami's just like, we need a Silent Hill game. Let's slap a Silent Hill brand on this, Because honestly, it didn't feel like a Silent Hill game. It was very cutscene heavy, for one thing. Whereas, like, I feel like the other Silent Hill games are quite light touch on cutscenes, like big gameplay segments, and then occasional cutscene that's really mysterious and weird and creepy. But this was a little bit more cinematic with its cutscenes. So that all, first of all, it wasn't bad. It just wasn't Silent Hill-ish. So I'm just kind of sitting there thinking, like, maybe this shouldn't have been called Silent Hill because I think Silent Hill as a brand carries certain expectations with it, right? But for what if you ignore that aspect of it and go in with blank expectations, I think it'll be a really good horror game that does present like a unique setting, like 1960s Japan. I can't think of a single game that's set in 1960s Japan. So it's a very unique setting. It is creepy as hell, really messed up, as well, in a really good way. The combat was quite good too. It's not like the rudimentary kind of combat that you get in Silent Hill 2 or even Silent Hill 2 remake. There's a stagger mechanic for one thing, which I've seen some people compare it to Dark Souls just because it has a stagger mechanic. It's like, nah, it's
That's
absolutely
the default
nothing like
now.
Dark
Like, is
Souls.
it a Souls like? And I think the devs that have come
Yeah,
out
is
and
it
say
Souls
it's
like?
like, no, it's not a Souls game.
No, it's absolutely
because you know what,
Souls-like.
because you want to know something about this, and I think I mentioned this before. Sometimes you'd be watching trailers for new games, and I think there was even one here at Keely's One Night Live thing where you see this game and it just got a certain look to it, like great art, and you're like, oh man, this looks really cool. And it always happens for me where then all of a sudden it like comes to be like a Souls game or a Souls-like, and I just kind of just completely lose interest. And I sort of wonder how many people are similar. Like, and don't get me wrong, and I'm sure there might be people thinking to themselves, wait a minute, Rand, like Elden Ring's one of your favorite games of the generation. You love Sekiro. The Jedi games are Souls-like, right, to a degree. Don't you like that genre? And it's like, I don't hate the genre, but I feel like the genre has been
overdone,
oversaturated. And so, like, when something brand new you see for the first time, and then it's like, oh, it's another Souls game. I'm just like, really? It's like,
you know what it is.
I don't love the genre. So when like these really cool games that have a really cool atmosphere with some amazing looking art, it's like, oh man, that looks cool as hell. I wonder what it is. And it's like, oh, it's a Souls game, And like, I'm not saying the devs shouldn't pursue their passion, because clearly the Dark Souls games and Miyazaki and From Software have inspired so many developers in the industry to create their own stuff. And then, and plus the Souls games, a lot of them do sell well, so there is an audience for it. I just it just kind of when it's like, okay, yeah, what is it? Oh, it's Souls. It's off my radar now. I don't even give it a second. And I'm probably the minority in this opinion, considering how many.
You are not in the minority opinion. I've seen that a lot.
Because I wonder, like, why would the Silent Hill devs, they would come out and be like, no, this game's not. I wonder if they feel some of that, or it's like they just don't want people to come in with the wrong expectations, or like, oh, this game is a Souls game, so I'm gonna get it, and then play it, and it's really not. But
yeah, I think do you know what it is like with the Souls-like saturation? I think it's like oftentimes I think it's like this is going to be a Souls-like but worse than Elden Ring. And I think that's what, when it came to Lies of P, people were quite surprised that it was like, oh, this lives up to the genre. But there is so many like imitators that want to be Souls-like that just aren't as good as the real thing, like a Soulsborne game. I think that's where it comes from for me, because it's like this is just going to be legit or an imitator. And I think there are so many Souls-likes that just aren't on that quality bar or the correct vibe and things like that. And I think that's why like Silent Hill F's branding threw me a bit, because I was expecting a certain thing. And Silent Hill 2 Remake feels like to some degree it gets very close to the mark of what Silent Hill is supposed to be in my head or everyone else's head. There's a lot of nostalgia at play too with Silent Hill. And I think even Souls-like games, I think there's a lot of nostalgia at play. We sit here thinking like, huh, Souls games aren't retro, but Dark Souls 1 came out a long fucking time ago, and Demon Souls came out even longer ago,
yeah.
right?
People talk about the 360 gen being retro
Shit's
now,
retro.
which it's like, I feel a certain way with that. Like, it's like, oh, the 360 gen is retro. Like, oh man, I am getting old, which I do have to.
Old, bro.
Like, I have to make a quick aside. I want to thank everybody who wished me happy birthday last week, because it was my birthday last week on the 27th.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, it was
to you.
You wished me happy birthday 6 hours too early, but I still appreciated it. But yes, was my birthday last week. I am 44 now, and it's kind of apropos we're talking about that, because it's like, with 360 gen being retro, because you start to really feel your age. Because it's like, in my head, I'm like, that 360 gen wasn't that long ago, right? And then you're like thinking about it, and like, yeah, it kind of was, at least the beginning of the generation. Maybe not necessarily the end, which is 2013, but even still, that's 12 years ago. And Dark Souls premiered in 2011, I think it was, right around there, right? Like maybe 2010. It's like, man, like talk about retro. It's just I don't know. Like it's like you finally start feeling your age. Like, oh, 2000 wasn't that long ago. It's like, oh no, it's 25 years ago. It's like, oh man, I am getting up there. This isn't good, with the that whole stuff. So Silent Hill F, you did get hands on of the Xbox ROG Ally, so I figured, why don't you? Yeah, a lot of people are interested in this device. I did see, I think I saw Tom Warren today where he mentioned, or there was a press announcement of that the new Xbox Experience dashboard thing that they've been touting for the Xbox Ally will making its way to another handheld device in 2026. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh no! It's going to. They're just gonna put it on Windows.
Well, obviously, but the Xbox Ally is supposed to be the one that gets it first, and then it's gonna go. But
yeah, so
I forget what other device was it.
That has already been announced. So
okay.
Microsoft said first it's going to Xbox Ally, then it's going to go to last gen's ROG Allies.
Right.
So the Z1 Extreme, and then to everything else. So presumably the Legion Go 2, which was announced today, and people are not happy about the price tag on that thing. The Legion Go 2.
The Legion Go 2 is that the Legion Go was the cloud gaming thing, right?
No. The Legion Go was the same as the ROG Ally Z1 Extreme. But it's more Switch-like. It's got a bigger screen and detachable joysticks and a kickstand.
Okay.
So that's
what's
the one
I use. What's the one I'm thinking of? That was this cloud gaming.
The G Cloud.
Oh, okay. The Logitech G Cloud.
Logitech.
So there's so many of these handheld devices. They all just meld together in my mind, I guess.
Yeah, I can feel that. Which is why I think it's good this one has Xbox branding on it, because you know exactly what you're getting, right? I think that's the power of the Xbox brand. You know it's a gaming device. Lenovo Legion Go 2 could be a laptop. It could be a Chromebook, But yeah, so I did go hands-on with the Xbox Ally, and the Legion Go 2 Z2 Extreme, the highest model with 32 gig. I think that's coming in at $1,300 or something, $1,400, something like that. It's a lot of money.
Wait, what?
The Legion Go.
Have they? Yeah. I don't think they've announced pricing though, have they? Or
yeah, the Legion Go, not the Ally.
Oh, not the. Okay, see, I'm loosin the plot here. I guess I just like.
Yeah, you are. You're losing the plot. You're losing the plot. The Legion Go 2. The Legion Go 2 is $1,300 if I remember correctly, with the 30 gigabyte model. That's the high end model. I think there's a lower end model that's like $1,100 or something like that.
Jesus, so low end for $1,000.
Yeah, it's very expensive. There's also lower end Legion Go 2s. So like that I've got like the worst chips, but this is the one that's got the Xbox Ally chip in it, the Z2. So it's like, oh shit, does that mean the Xbox Ally is going to be that much as well? But I'll talk about Xbox Ally pricing in a minute. But the Legion Go subreddit is in a fucking meltdown over this price, man. They're in a meltdown. I mean,
that's an expensive price.
Yeah, the Legion Go 1 was already more expensive because it's got like the bigger screen. It's more engineered. It's got detachable joysticks. You can use one of the joysticks as a mouse. So like it's also got a trackpad. So there's more stuff in Legion Go 2. And I use a Legion Go 1 I use it as my laptop. I took it with me to Gamescom because it's that powerful. It's a really great device, but it's like, holy shit, I'm like using it as a laptop, I'm using it a lot. So I kind of make it work for its price tag. But that was only like, I think that was $800 or $900, I think. I can't remember. But this is like, you're getting into gaming laptop territory when it's like $1,349.99. Paris Lily in the chat, shout out to Paris. So yeah, it's a very, very, very expensive thing. It's also got an OLED VRR display. It's 8.8 inches, so it's bigger. Everything about it is premium, super high end.
Did you meet Paris at the? I mean, I think you've probably met Paris before, right?
I've met Paris a load of times.
Yeah.
Paris is.
I mean, you're just like, oh, I met Paris a load of times. Like, you mean Paris are just? Well,
you don't leave the house, bro.
Well,
Summer Game Fest. We were like, Rand, come out,
I
man, come
ain't
down. And
not.
you were
Well,
like,
going out to
nah,
LA
bro.
for what? I ain't going
I
out
want to
there.
stay with my books. You could hang
Yeah,
out with me in Paris,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. Because flights are just free, bro. They don't cost anything. Hotels are free. Didn't you know? They don't
You're the
cost
man with
money.
$1 million.
No, I'm not.
You're the man with $1 billion.
You perpetuate this myth that isn't true in any sense of the word, unless I win the $1.7 billion jackpot on Saturday.
Oh, I saw that. That jackpot's even hit like UK news.
Yeah. Which is
people are like, how can I play the lottery from the American lottery from the UK?
Like, so it's it's going to be $1.7 billion on Saturday. With if you take,
are you playing?
Yeah, I mean, and get that much. I'll throw like $10 on it.
Can if you win the 1.7 billion, can you give me and everyone in the chat some money?
I mean, if I did, I would. Yeah. But it's like the one lump cash thing is like 700 million. So it's 1.7 billion, but the money you get is 770 million, and then that doesn't include taxes. So there goes 60% right off that. So you're basically left with around 300. So you win 1.7 billion, and you're actually going to be taking home like 370 million, which ain't no complaint there. But it's just crazy to see it's 1.7 billion, but you'd only actually see a third of it, if even, because of all the taxes and everything. And that's assuming if there's one sole winner and there's not two or three, and you have to split it with them. But either way, yeah, if that happened, if Randall Thor 19 was the winner of the Powerball, I would be at Summer Games Fest, because I wouldn't be like, oh well, price and hotel. Hell, I would buy tickets for everybody and our Patreon to come. Like, anybody want to go to the Summer Games Fest? I got your ticket, no problem. But ain't gonna happen. I think the odds are what, 1 in 290 million. Yeah, good luck. It's ridiculous. But either way, I'm gonna play it because somebody's got to win. It's just not gonna be me. But imagine if it was. Wouldn't that be so cool?
Yeah, every time I play the lottery, I think, oh man, I got a good feeling about this. It's gonna be me this time, and it never is.
Yeah. And then I saw Paris met Gaz, and I'm just like, man, everybody, So.
Yeah. We did. Was Paris at the dinner? I had dinner with John Mechanico and Jesse from Xbox Era. I can't remember if Paris is there or not. I think maybe he was. I don't know. Kenneth Sante was there as well, so shout out to him. So and some other people were there too. But yeah, Gamescom was a fun time.
How was the Xbox Ally?
Yeah, so Xbox Ally.
Run.
Before we do Xbox Ally, can we just quickly run through the Surfshark ad read? Because
sure.
I've had it open up on my screen.
Okay. Yeah. So obviously, you broke my concentration and my thought here. But
we're talking about the Ally.
Well, I know we were, but usually I have a way about this. But yeah, go ahead. I mean, I guess we're gonna take a short break here to bring you a Surfshark ad read. And a shout out to the Patreons before we get back to Jez's thoughts about the Xbox Ally. So take it away, Jez, for the sponsor of this week's episode.
Yes, so this week's episode is once again sponsored by the illustrious people over at Surfshark.
Which I got yelled at for not doing the shark. Silas yelled at me for not doing the shark thing last week. And I'm like, well, it wasn't an ad read, but...
Okay,
only Jez can do the patented shark roar. Okay.
Can you give us a shark roar? Come on.
No, you'll have to wait for that one time. Maybe if I win the Powerball, I'll do a shark roar for you guys.
Well, I'll do it then. Looking for a smarter way to protect your digital life? Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one solution for safe, seamless online browsing. Whether you're watching your favorite shows, leveling up in your favorite games, or just catching up on the latest internet trends, Surfshark has your back with blazing fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. Ready to experience internet freedom like never before? Surfshark helps you cut through online barriers with ease. No more geo-blocks, no more restrictions. Access global content, unlock new possibilities, and enjoy a cleaner, faster browsing experience thanks to Surfshark's clean web tech, which fends off ads, trackers, and malware all before they reach your browser. Your privacy is top priority. With a strict no logs policy, your online activity stays yours and yours alone. And with Surfshark's powerful encryption, your personal data is wrapped in layers of security, giving you total peace of mind while you surf. Here's a deal you won't want to miss. Xbox 2 podcast listeners get a whopping 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan. Reclaim your online freedom today. Click the link in the description to get started. Browse boldly, browse safely. Surf with Surfshark. So, Rand, on the topic of VPNs, did you see what happened with Stephanie McMahon recently?
Yeah.
Stephanie McMahon of WWE fame. So Stephanie got in trouble with Netflix shareholders for recommending that WWE users.
It wasn't Netflix. She got in trouble. She didn't really get in trouble, but
no, yeah, the opposite.
It was ESPN because
ESPN.
they have their new deal with ESPN, which is more expensive than Netflix. Because ESPN has this new service, it's like $30 a month. Previously, all the WWE pay-per-views or PLEs were on Peacock here in the U.S. or available internationally on Netflix. And a lot of people have been like, "Oh, the price for the ESPN stuff is too much." Blah 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 blah. So apparently, she did an ad read for Surfshark on her podcast, and I think she kind of mentioned using it to get the pay-per-views on Netflix or whatever.
Yeah, she was like
working around
ESPN.
And I get, because I did see that where I guess like someone high up at ESPN did not appreciate that or something, but
they sure didn't. I thought that was kind of funny that like even WWE like TKO shareholders are like, yeah, this is bullshit, you know, and it is bullshit, which is why like VPNs are becoming more prevalent. Not to mention all the weird censorship that governments are throwing out there at the moment. We've also got like this weird thing in European Union at the moment, trying to push through legislation about scanning your chat logs and all this shit. It's crazy, man. So get VPN while you can. 86% off with Surfshark.
Yes. But also we have the wonderful patrons who support me and Jez on the Xbox 2 at patreon.com/XB2, where you get early access to Xbox 2 Plus 1, which we did on Tuesday. For anybody who hasn't listened to it yet, we were joined by the one and only John, Mechanical of Xbox Era, as him and Jez talked about their Gamescom experience and a whole bunch of other things. It was a good time. We were going to go on forever, but Jez was like, we got to cut this short, because I think we were like 2.5 hours, and it was like, we got to talk forever, because every time I'm on Xbox Era, you know who's never there? John Mechanical. He like doesn't like me. It's always me, Nick, and Jesse, or me, Jesse, and somebody else. But it's just like anytime he's not there, it's like we could have Rand on because John's not going to be there. It hurts, bro. You know, to know.
I don't think John's got a single malicious bone in his body, man. Dude's an angel, and I say that begrudgingly because he is also a southerner. You know.
Yes.
So you know, he's from down south.
We know how
so
you feel
know
about
we do.
Yes.
Yeah, we feel a certain way about Londoners, but you know he's one of the good ones. You know, one of the few good ones.
The question and answer thread is up for anybody that wants to drop us a line. And since we missed last week, I think if people want, they can drop 2 questions. I think that's usually how.
Yeah, we're
goes.
doing 2. Yeah.
So if you got 2 questions you want to ask or a question, make sure you go to doing that. And we got the shout-outs for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got Resin Force, iMike0, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wizo, Trickster for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, K-Trox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, PB Bro King, Ace Atian Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Adam Bartolo, Darren Torpy, Briggs, Country, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for your continued support of the Xbox 2 podcast. Hopefully we can do an Xbox 2 Ultimate on Tuesday. So I know last month with all the craziness going on, we weren't able to do an extra show, but we'll we did Xbox 2 Plus 1 this past week. We'll try to do Ultimate this upcoming week, and then probably get another Xbox 2 Plus 1 in here too later in September.
Yeah, and It's going to be a big month for Patreon because I am negotiating right now to get a pretty cool industry guest on for XB2 plus 1 at the end of the month. So keep an eye out for that.
Negotiations, yes.
Yeah, I want to get more devs on, more cool like people, and you know, because seeing like Mr. Matty Plays is like really built up to interviewing industry figures recently, and I was like, damn, that's awesome. So I want to copy him.
You mean you're gonna get Todd Howard on here? You're gonna get.
Yeah. Should we beat Mr. Matty Plays to Todd Howard?
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Well, Mr. Matty Plays had Todd Howard on last year.
Oh yeah. What am I talking about?
Speaking of.
Okay, we need to beat him to Phil then.
Yeah, Phil didn't do Defining Duke, but I mean, But the thing with getting Phil on is you get him on and he'll say something and it won't be true 2 months later. So, do we want Phil on?
Yeah, we want Phil on.
I mean,
maybe we don't even talk about industry stuff. Maybe we just talk gaming.
Get Sarah on. Who interviews Sarah anymore? Or you know what? Get the Booty on. Booty's kind of
Booty time.
Yeah, I mean, Booty's kind of nobody really interviews him much. Phil's out there talking to everybody except us, So it's like, why don't you get somebody that doesn't really talk that much? But bring up Starfield, and we'll double back to. I think we were talking about the Xbox Ally, but
yeah,
we brought up Starfield, so I briefly mentioned this. Did you see the tease today that they put out?
I did.
So today, I think, was their 2-year anniversary. The game came out two years ago. I really like the game. And I'm someone who's not the biggest fan of... I think I've told you this before, and I've explained this on the show. I am not a Fallout guy. I'm more of an Elder Scrolls guy, right? And even though with the recent popularity of the Fallout TV show, which is amazing, and I cannot wait for Fallout Season 2 to come in December... and there has been an itch to actually, because I played Fallout 3, but I didn't play Fallout 4. So I do have that where I could go and play, and maybe I will when Season 2 begins. But the thing with Bethesda, it's like they make this specific type of game, and I very much like the Elder Scrolls series. But it had been such a long time since I played a Bethesda game, right? So I think Skyrim came out in 2011, I want to say. And that was the last time I played a Bethesda game. And here we go with Starfield. And we all know I have a soft spot. A soft spot. Geez, whatever. Yeah. This is, remember, I speech therapy as a kid. There's just a combination of words that just I cannot say properly, even if I try to sound them out. For whatever reason, soft spot, if I try to say quickly, screws with my head and screws with my tongue and my mouth. So I love science fiction. I love science fiction in games. Like one of the cool aspects of Kronos we'll talk about later is the sci-fi setting. So like Starfield appealed to me greatly because I'm like, oh, science fiction? Hell yeah. Because like... you're only held back by your imagination, right? Like, there's a certain thing with, like, fantasy, Elder Scrolls, where it's, like, you're sort of bound by certain stuff. I mean, sure, you could have magic spells, but the genre of fantasy is kind of contained in, like, what you can do. But science fiction, I mean, you could be anywhere in the future. You could have all different types of weapons, places, peoples, because it's just, you're unbound. It's like... it's the future. It's 1,000 years in the future. 500, like, who knows what you could come up with, right? Where you're more bound to kind of what has already happened in fantasy, which is why I like the big ideas that sci-fi can bring. So that was one of the reasons I was excited for Starfield, and I played it, and I loved it. Despite some of the shortcomings that the game does have, I really enjoyed Starfield's main campaign and the faction quests, and it made me kind of think back of like why I liked, Bethesda's games so much, back with Skyrim and Oblivion and stuff. And then it was like, okay, it didn't really hit the critical appeal that they were hoping. The reviews were lower than expected. And then the Starfield DLC had come out last year, Shattered Space, and it wasn't very good. And there's kind of been They've kind of been silent since then. There really haven't been many updates.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be a DLC announcement for like Starborn, but there hasn't been. Nate DeHate put out that it's coming to PS5 and Switch 2 next year. And it was like, okay, well, then you start hitting the marketing for the new expansions and the other platforms. And then today they put out like a little video where it was like thanking people for Starfield and the 2-year anniversary. And then the screen kind of started to flicker and change, and it was like orange, but there was different text underneath Starfield. And it seems like they're teasing something, whether it's the name of the second expansion or whether it's whatever, or the update. But apparently, if you like put it all together, it's like Terran Armada is what it said. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, so Terra is obviously another name for Earth, right?
Yes, but is that what the name for Earth is in Starfield's lore, though? I'm not sure. I don't,
Well, probably not, but it is the name for Earth. Like, in the sort of the Roman Latin kind of context. So, in my head, what this means is they're gonna explain what the fuck happened to Earth.
Well, they sort of do.
And maybe
I mean, you did play Starfield, right?
Yeah, I did, but I mean,
they
like
explained why they left Earth.
Man.
Yeah, but they explained why all that stuff is because of the.
Yeah, that's a lot of missing people in the galaxy is what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking like this is going to be, a sort of space themed expansion, and like the Terran Armada could be like the Quarians in Mass Effect. Maybe the population of Earth just ended up flying around space in a big armada. There's a lot. I feel like there's a lot of people missing for the entire planet to have been abandoned, and then like we get like a couple of little settlements here and there. I think like that's probably the best way to account for the population of Earth without having to literally build an entire planet around it, maybe. And also, if it is like spacefaring themed, because there is this rumor that they've reworked the space system.
Yeah, there's that rumor. Yep.
People found code that suggests that they've made space travel more seamless. Maybe there's going to be more POIs and things like that. Because that was my big issue with the game. It was like the exploration was so weak. It's like you've got this huge, expansive universe. Like I like the main campaign, like you did, but it was like you've got this huge, expansive, procedurally generated, literal galaxy, and there's nothing there. And it's like the same outposts on this building, on this planet that's a million miles away from another one. And I get the whole thing, like, okay, well, the buildings are prefabricated or whatever. But the thing is, you've even got the same cave structures, man. You've got the same cave structures, the same cliffs, and all that kind of shit. And I realized that they can't handcraft every single cave in a galaxy. But at the same time, it's like Skyrim and Fallout hinged a lot on handcrafted exploration, and there's not a lot of that in Starfield. So, yeah, I'm intrigued by this. I think it could be really awesome. Hopefully, it gives the game that. I doubt it's gonna get a cyberpunk-like second boost, but hopefully it gives it sort of like brings it closer to the vision that people had for the game, especially in a universe where there's so many other good space kind of exploration games out there. Like No Man's Sky is popping off right now on the back of its most recent update, and now No Man's Sky's got like No Man's Sky's got a Skyrim like Starfield like shipbuilding now, so they've kind of like co-opted some of that stuff. So yeah, I'm bullish on that shit. And I suppose when they announce that, you're also going to get the announcement that it's coming to PlayStation, right?
And Switch, probably. Unless the Switch will be later in the
Switch?
year. That's what Nate DeHate said. That's what Nate DeHate said.
I saw Don Taco in the chat talking smack about the Switch 2, but
Don Taco's talking smack about the Switch 2? That's not right. This isn't an upside down universe.
Chat, bro. No, I mean, well, he's talking smack about people who don't like the Switch 2.
Oh.
Check his super chat, bro. It's relevant.
Yeah, we'll get to. I'm just saying, like Don Taco talking smack about the Switch 2, that not in this reality.
No. He's talking smack about people who. He said that Kronos on Switch is the real Xbox Player Anywhere version. But I'm sitting there thinking, like, is it real Xbox Play Anywhere version if it's 20 frames per second?
Oh,
I don't know.
is it
I don't
20
know.
frames per
I don't know.
second?
I mean, I'm just going to assume it is because the Switch is made of cardboard.
Oh,
So
Otaku's really going to come at you for this.
isn't like can he like not even run Elden Ring as well as the Steam Deck can?
I don't know. Apparently, Elden Ring
I,
runs fine. I mean, there was initial reports that Star Wars Outlaws didn't run well, and then I guess it does. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't see what Kronos: The New Dawn ran on the platforms. I wasn't paying attention to that because I was too busy playing the game. So
no, it runs at. I read that it runs at about 9 frames per second on the Switch too.
People talk about me being a Nintendo hater. I don't really talk about them, whatever, and I'm more apathetic than anything. I let people enjoy the things they like, and we all know a lot of people enjoy the Switch too. But man, you are the biggest hater. Like you're hater supreme. You're hater supreme when it comes to the Switch.
No,
when it comes to Nintendo, you're just like, oh, you're enjoying that. Are you enjoying that at 9 frames, loser?
No, I didn't call anyone a loser. If they like 9 frames per second, I mean, it's completely fine.
You were the one. You were also Mr. Filmic himself. What's more filmic?
Yeah, I mean,
9 frames is
true,
super
man.
filmic.
That's super filmic. It's like watching a 1920s stop motion animation. It's pretty cool, man. I mean, it's retro, I suppose, and that's what Nintendo's all about, right? Remaking the same game they've been making for 40 years. Yeah, that's Nintendo to a T, right?
Jesus. All right, let's get off the Nintendo thing. Jeez, man. You can clip on the Nintendo fans, and they just like hate you for it. But yeah, so we'll see what happens.
All in jest.
Maybe the Starfield announcement could come at Game Awards if they really wanted to. Maybe not. Maybe it's
TGS.
Yeah, I mean,
Starfield was very popular in Japan.
It was, but I guess it really depends on how soon it's coming, when the DLC comes and when it's coming to the other platforms. If it's not coming to, say, like April, there's no point in announcing it in September. So I guess it really just
sooner than that.
Well,
why do people think April?
No, I'm just throwing out a month. I mean, sure, if it's January, then yeah, you could probably do it in September. But you know what else?
I think I'm gonna throw out a prediction here. I think it's at TGS because that's why they're teasing it now.
Well, they're only teasing it now because it's his 2-year anniversary. It was literally today. So if you're gonna do it, why not do it today?
Yeah, I suppose. But I do know that Xbox has a presentation for TGS,
for
like
Starfield?
a showcase. No.
Well, I mean, you did miss the show last week where me and Special Nick talked about our idea of Forza Horizon 6 being announced in Japan at TGS because it is in Japan and launching early next year. And then Windows Central made a report the next day, almost like to listen to my podcast, where I said, hey, what if they did this? Wouldn't that be cool? And all of a sudden they're like, hey, we've heard that Forza Horizon 6 is going to be announced at TGS. So it wasn't your article and you haven't talked about it. What do you think about that? What do you think about Forza Horizon 6 at TGS, Jez?
I think it's pretty much a cert. I thought wasn't this already a thing that was known?
No.
I feel like everyone knew this. I feel like this was like the worst kept secret in the gaming industry.
I mean, maybe it was, but nobody had talked about it until, the Windows Central wrote an article after I had talked about it on the podcast.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should talk to Zachary Body about his sources. Then.
No, I mean his source was he saw official documentation. So.
Oh right. Well, I think literally everybody saw that document.
Yeah. Is there somebody at Xbox that's just going around showing people stuff they shouldn't be showing people? Because it really does seem like that sometimes. Is there someone really disgruntled that they're sending multiple people images of official documentation just because they don't like what's going on or what? Because it really does seem like that. It's like, oh, by the way, I know Forza Horizon 6 is coming at TGS because I have official documentation from Microsoft. Well, it's like, where'd you get that from? Well, I don't know. Where do you think I got it from? Right? It's just, who at Microsoft is just giving people all this information? This isn't like a leak where you talk to somebody to like, hey, something might happen, Forza Horizon in Japan. It's like, no, literally like Xbox official documentation that says it right there. It's like, well, that's a little bit different than just talking to devs or what have you, or somebody at Microsoft. It's like, hey, no, we got this in black and white. Your name is signatured on this. It's like,
well, do you remember when I got the what's it called? I got the what was it called now? You know, the January events. What are they called?
The developer direct.
Yeah, developer direct. Do you remember when I got the developer direct info? That I don't know if I put this out there at the time, but I got that info because I was copied in on an email that I wasn't supposed to be copied in on. No. I was sent a calendar invite.
Yeah.
And the calendar invite had all the details on it.
Yeah, but
so also, it was like
but also
like a third party.
But that's how you knew when it was. But you had also been told the month before that there was going to be an event in January.
I can't remember.
I remember it because I just remember you came to me and you're like, this was literally right after the Game Awards show that had 0 Xbox presence. Remember, everybody was expecting something to show up at Xbox and nothing did.
Mm.
And then I remember you said you talked to somebody because people were really pissed and coming to you. So you went and talked to a person at Microsoft at Xbox, and they told you, we have our own event coming next month. Don't worry about it. And then you came to me and you're like, they have an event next month. That's why they're not at TG. They weren't at the Game Awards. And I was like, oh. And so like we were talking about the rumors of Microsoft doing their own show, and then you were copied into an email with the actual like date and time later on, you know, when you leaked when it was happening. But originally it was somebody at Xbox that told you that they had their own show coming in January.
Right.
Which is a little bit different than getting like official documentation or being invited to something that you're not supposed to be invited to.
Yeah, it's true, man. I suppose like Microsoft's done a lot of disruption within their team recently. I don't know if you saw, but Microsoft fired some employees for doing a protest in the building recently. So there is a lot of annoyed people at Microsoft right now, I suppose, which is probably contributing to leaks here and there. But I will say that I am expecting Forza to be announced at TGS. I'm also expecting some other stuff to be announced at TGS. I think Microsoft's going to have some kind of like mini showcase there. Okay. I don't know how big and broad it's going to be. But for my money, if they are teasing Starfield stuff now, and I know it's the anniversary and stuff like that, but I kind of feel like if they are teasing it now, it's probably closer than April or something like that. So I think, I would bet that March? TGS is also. I think they'll reveal it at TGS. Is my guess. So? I don't know. Yeah. So Forza is a defo, and Starfield is a maybe. Is how I'm gonna think about that right now.
Okay. I mean that's good. That's real good.
It's real good, and also Final Fantasy 7 integrate.
Yeah, because that's supposed to come in winter, but I guess winter could be like December or January, February, or whatever months, because that doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be this year.
Yes.
What about so I guess we went on a tangent a little bit here, but we were talking about the Xbox ROG Ally.
Yeah, we were.
And getting your thoughts about it, because I see people going crazy about we had mentioned the Lenovo Legion Go 2 or whatever, and the price points on it.
The price. The people are going crazy.
Yeah, it's like the lowest one's 1,000 and the highest really one's like 1,500. And they haven't announced the price of the Xbox Ally yet, which is supposed to come out in a month. Pre-orders haven't even started, which I think all that stuff was supposed to be announced at Gamescom, and it wasn't.
Tariffs.
So who knows what. Is it going to be cheaper than what people expect or more expensive? I don't know, but
so it's kind of funny, right? There's like a mini console war brewing between ROG Ally fans and Legion Go fans. I noticed.
Are there?
So a lot of yesterday, because it's IFA right now in Germany, which is a big tech show, which is where Lenovo is announcing some of this stuff, right? So they announced their product slate at IFA in Germany, and the Lenovo the Legion Go 2 stuff was in there, and the pricing and the specs and all that kind of thing. So um that's where this was announced. And yesterday, before the announcements, everyone was like, "Oh, this is going to bury Xbox. It's going to be cheaper because Microsoft wants to take a cut and all this kind of thing." And it's going to be really expensive. And now now it's like the meltdown period where it's like, "Oh my God, this is just crazy, way too expensive," all this kind of thing, right? I will say this. I've heard that Xbox. We already know what the lead prices are. I think Billy Kun put it out there. His sources are very, very good. God knows who they are, but his sources are very good. And he listed the price for the the Xbox Ally X and Xbox Ally S. I think it's $600 and $900 respectively, or
It
$800.
was $550 for the cheaper one, and then $899 for the other one.
Yeah, yeah. So I presume that's their target pricing, right? That's their target pricing because obviously tariffs could hinder that stuff. But I do think that it's going to be significantly cheaper than the Legion Go 2. And that's because it's using parts that from the ROG Ally 1. It's got the same screen, for example. Um, so, it's not like they've got to it's not like they've got to completely rejig everything with that stuff. They've got like off the shelf parts, and they have stock already in for the screen, the VRR. It's the same screen, whatever. So I'm expecting it to be cheaper overall for the first point, but none of it matters, Rand, the price or whatever, if it's not actually good.
Right.
And I was quite lucky because I got to go hands on with it not once, not twice, but 3 times during Gamescom, because thanks to Blizzard, ironically. So Blizzard had like a little shindig for the community after hours at Gamescom. And when Gamescom was all closed, I've never been to Gamescom after hours because like often they do parties there and little industry get-togethers and meetings and stuff like that. There was like a community party for YouTubers and Twitch streamers and stuff um at the event. And that was like, all after hours, and everything was closed except um Asus's Legion Xbox Ally booth. So Asus's booth was right next to where Blizzard's was. And I was just like, "Oh, okay, well on my way out, I just snuck in and had a little extra hands-on with both the Xbox Ally S and the Xbox Ally S X." God, it's so complicated remembering all the names of these bloody devices. Like it's literally my job. And you were saying earlier how like um it's hard to remember stuff like the Logitech G Cloud and all that kind of stuff. Like it's literally my job to know this shit, and it's still confusing. Um, but yeah, I went hands on with it. It's pretty damn amazing how powerful it is. I was really really surprised how well it handled stuff like Forza Horizon, Harry Potter, which is quite an intensive open world photorealistic game, and also stuff like Forza Horizon. So on the no, I mean stuff like Gears of War Reloaded and Lies of P. So on the Ally X, it's not called the Ally X, by the way. It's just called the Ally, but I call it the XS anyway, just to differentiate it. On the cheaper Ally, I played Forza Horizon, which is a hyper optimized game. So I think like maybe it's cheating a little bit. It's not really a great test to see how powerful it would be with general kind of 3D gaming, but that shit ran incredibly well. It was like 30 frames a second, 60 frames a second, sorry, with no noticeable slowdown at all. So very, very impressive there. On the Ally X, I played some like more intensive games like Gears of War Reloaded. That also ran at 60 frames a second on the X. And then Lies of P, which was probably not as well optimized for these kind of devices. That was like with frame generation on, that was like maybe 40 frames a second, something like that. It was above 30. But obviously I couldn't do a ton of testing on these devices. I couldn't like I couldn't get like benchmarking software on there. So that'll all come with the full review, which will be on Windows Central in the coming weeks, I suppose, because we're getting close to it now, October 16th. But I suppose the biggest question about this stuff was less power and things like that, and more about, is Windows terrible? Because that was the big thing, right, with these devices, is that Windows is no good for with a controller. But this is probably the best thing about it, to be honest, was how well it did handle with a controller. So Microsoft has like basically retooled Windows, a lot of Windows, to try and improve the situation here. And what they've done is they've let the Xbox app kind of take over Windows. And I presume this system, they're going to let other apps do this as well if you want a full screen experience. It's kind of like running it in kiosk mode. When you've got an ATM, Rand, and an ATM's running on Windows, or the McDonald's order window, right? So when you go into McDonald's and you order a cheeseburger, those screens are running on Windows 7, right? But they're running in something called kiosk mode, which basically lets an app take over Windows. They've kind of done that with the Xbox app, where they let the Xbox app take over Windows. So you don't see the desktop, you don't see any of the bullshit. It just kind of like gives you a more console gaming kind of experience. And it works extremely well. You can just move between apps using the controller now. You don't have to see the desktop at all. You can open the settings menu like that with the game bar and launch into Steam and other pinned sort of apps and services. It's really, really well done. I will say this though, it was buggy as hell. It was buggy as hell, and that was like less than a month ago. So I'm sitting there thinking like, man, is this going to be ready? Is this going to be ready for October? Because I do think it's going to be something of an early adopter experience, I think, initially. But Microsoft did say they're working harder than ever to get it ready, and I suppose, remains to be seen, right? But very impressed with the device. Definitely getting one. So stay tuned for the review, I guess.
Interesting. Okay. We still don't know the release outside of like the Billy Bun leak. We don't know the official release date, right? They haven't said.
No. October 16th.
Okay, that's
official.
They did say official. We just don't know the pricing or when you can pre-order it.
They're waiting to the last minute on pricing because I'm guessing we've got razor thin margins and we've got tariffs popping off all over the place. So I'm guessing this is why they're waiting till the last minute to figure that one out. So we'll see, man.
All right. So let's take some super chats here. Thank everybody for supporting the show, dropping, chatting it up, lurking. Anybody listening this later on, YouTube or iTunes, Spotify, we appreciate each and every one of you. We have a super chat here from Housemark who says, "Was there a secret handshake between Sony and Game Science for Black Myth Wukong to have better lighting on PS5? It would be a good title for Forbes." Yeah, I don't know. Apparently,
I did see that.
It's missing global illumination, I guess.
I'm guessing
screenshots where it looks different. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's just a case of like the devs not being particularly great at backporting their optimization. One thing, like Tim Sweeney said recently, the reason why a lot of Unreal Engine games handle badly is because developers build for the high end first, not the low end. And I think that's like at least part of the reason why it was so late on Xbox is because they were like, okay, we've made the Xbox Series X and S version. No, the Xbox Series X and PS5 version, and the Xbox Series X S version is going to be nowhere near ready. So we'll take a bag, right? I think it's probably, somewhere along those lines. But yeah, is it fixable? Probably not. It's probably too late. Does it matter? Probably not, because I don't know if anyone's going to be... It's a one and done kind of game, right? So, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we'll see with the sequel.
Yeah.
I would imagine that would probably most likely be multi-platform day one, because it is announced for Xbox, and we'll see if there'll be significant differences between the two versions. Like if like there is with this one, this could just been like, hey, we need to get this out. We'll ship it without this, and then the second, the day one sequel will have it all. So we'll see.
Yeah, I presume they're going to be better at handling that shit in the future. They'll be more experienced with it. Hopefully, Microsoft will be more like, okay, this is what we need to do to support these devs out of the gate. I suppose
there's just so many games because with my family here last week, I didn't play anything. So like that was like a lost week to me, right? So it was like you had this month where it was like I played Mafia, the Old Country, which I did finish, and I did enjoy it. Even though everything was sort of predictable, and it was a game that you've played previously, if you played like any of these like kind of story-driven Mafia games, like it was definitely enjoyable. It wasn't like revolutionary, but then like you get later in the month, and it's like, man, not only do you got Black Myth Wukong on Xbox, which I still haven't even played yet because there's just so much other stuff, because I need to get to Shinobi, I need to get to Metal Gear Solid Delta, I need to get to Hollow Knight Silksong, which just came out today, Indiana Jones DLC, and I guess you could say this is the byproduct, or at least of me only playing one game at a time, because currently I'm playing Kronos, and I'm going to play Kronos until I'm done, and then I'll play Indiana Jones DLC, and I'll go back, and then I'll go from there. But there's this like, that's how the backlog builds, right? It's like this game, I'm gonna play this game, and then boom, like all these other games come out, and it's like, oh man, they just sit there, and then more games come out. How Jez's backlog builds is he plays like 5 games at once, right? And he's just like making minimal progress in each game, and then more games come out, and they just add all to it. So it's like, man, there's just so much to play right now. So it's kind of crazy. I mean, it sucked last week because it was just like I wanted to play Shinobi, or I wanted to play Metal Gear just to get something finished, and I couldn't. It was just like it was like a whole week of just nothing, and now I'm like backed up even more. Now it's like I'm playing Kronos, but it's like as soon as I'm done, it's like, well, I mean, I'm not playing Borderlands 4 next week, which I mean, I guess I don't know. Do you like Borderlands? Are you a fan of the franchise, or is that something that you never really took?
I like it in theory.
In theory, okay. I've played all the other Borderlands, and for whatever reason, I just don't care about this one. And I think it's because I didn't I really, really, really love Borderlands 1, and and then Borderlands 2 was even better, and I played all those in co-op. And then with Borderlands 3, I played it by myself, and I didn't like the game. I picked the wrong character because I picked the chick with the mech, and she just was not a good character. And I played it by myself, and I just didn't like it. And granted, also, like, the villains in the game weren't just good, and Borderlands 3 was just not as good as the previous 2. And so here's Borderlands 4, and it's like, these are co-op games, and it's just like, I got nobody to play co-op with, because all my friends are like, they don't want to play Borderlands anymore. It was different back in 2009 or 2000 whatever, when Borderlands 1 came out and Borderlands 2. Everybody wanted to play them now, and like nobody wants to play that stuff. So I'm just like, I have no interest in playing Borderlands 4, which is actually good because it helps me be able to, so I don't got to worry about Borderlands 4 next week, so I can go play something else. And so it's like, but man, there's just my plate's just full right now, and I need to just get to it and just knock these games down so I can go play something else,
I saw an article the other day that was like, I can't remember which outlet said this, but it was like Borderlands 4 wants you to forget Borderlands 3 existed. Like they've written a lot of the villains out of Borderlands 3 out of existence. Because I think one of the criticisms of Borderlands 3 was like the villains were just not as good as like Borderlands 2.
Oh, I mean, Handsome Jack, they made this great villain in Handsome Jack, and everybody just was just like wants Handsome Jack again, but you can't do it. So
yeah.
It's hard to come up with another captivating villain when everybody already is like, that's the greatest one you've ever done. So anything after it seems lame. And like the villains in 3 were incredibly lame because they were basically like streamers. It was like influencer culture, and that stuff is hit or miss, and it missed the mark completely. So I haven't even really watched many trailers for Borderlands 4. I'm just skipping it because I got too many games to play right now, and I'm like, I can do without Borderlands. I'm like, everybody else have fun, but not for me anymore.
I might check out Borderlands at some point. The thing is, I finished Borderlands. I really liked Borderlands 1 when it came out, but I never finished Borderlands 2 for some reason. I didn't touch Borderlands 3. I don't know. Maybe I'll play Borderlands 4, but it's like you said, there's so much to play right now. I'm sucked into Silksong, man. Absolutely, just so happy. It's like crack. I don't know what it is about Silksong or Hollow Knight in general. It's just a vibe, man. It's a whole ass vibe. And it's a beautiful vibe. And I'm so glad that it's back.
Yeah, and then Donataku says about the whole Kronos The New Dawn, the real Play Anywhere version is the Nintendo Switch. He also says, screw with my tongue in my mouth, Randall Thor 19, 2025. I guess that's something I said.
I was thinking that. I was thinking phrasing.
Then he says Elden Ring ran like shit on everything at launch. From Software and Bandai Namco are the issue. So we got Donataku, always defending the Switch. But he is right. The From Software games typically aren't the example you would put up there for a well optimized experience, right? And
I mean, only first party 2D looking games count, right?
And then RRD says, Randy,
I just think it's funny because a lot of people about the Switch 2. A lot of people were like, "Oh yeah, Switch 2 is going to be way more powerful than the Series S." It's like, bro, it's nowhere near as powerful as the Series S. And we're told the Series S is the platform holding back gaming all the time. And it's like, come on, man.
RRD wants to know if I resisted the pizza. Well, I didn't have to resist the pizza because we didn't get pizza. Well, no, actually, no. I take that back. They did, and I did resist it. I didn't have any of it.
So, oh, wow. Good job.
Yeah, so no pizza. So that was...
I ordered pizza the other day.
Yeah, how'd that
go?
But
a small pizza.
Oh, okay. A small
And it was really bad. It was really bad. I didn't order from Domino's. I ordered from some like cheap local pizza place. There's like no cheese on it, man. No cheese. I'm like, this is like 90% bread and tomato sauce, man.
Tomato sauce.
It's so disappointing.
Right.
So what do you call it? Marinara sauce.
Let's talk about some stuff. So do us a big favor, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Look at our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2. Check out our sponsor. Links in the description. All that good stuff. The Surfshark. Rawr, as Jez would say.
And smash the like button because I don't know if you've seen, but YouTube is being cannibalized by YouTube Shorts right now. So
well, I guess it all depends on whoever you ask, because some people, like Linus Tech Tip says, it has something to do with member videos. Another big YouTuber I saw has to do with their new AI, their AI mode. You know how YouTube is using AI to determine whether or not you're 18 or older?
Yeah.
And there is like a restricted mode on YouTube where a lot of videos don't get shown to people in restricted mode, which is usually like if you're under 18. But so a lot of bigger YouTubers I saw are thinking that, because this all happened right around the time they introduced this AI stuff, is that if you're no longer signed in, because not everybody signs into their account, and you watch a video, that it may be defaulting to the restricted mode. So then videos wouldn't be in the algorithm because they'd be restricted, and it would be like, so it's like the new default. So there's like many different reasons, because I mean, Shorts has been around for a while. Shorts have been around for years and never really at least impacted certain people's stuff, but there's a lot of different explanations or reasonings about why people's stuff has been hit.
I think it's probably a combination of things. It's just like when you scroll in the feed, there's a lot of extra stuff in there now. There's like YouTube Shorts, there's membership videos. It's been like that
for a long time though. I do think there is something to be membership videos, because when I do look at my subscriptions, I'll get hit with membership videos, but it's like I'm not a member,
Oh man,
so I'm not gonna watch it. And
yeah.
they don't
Unlike
send me like their regular videos that I can watch. So I could see that being an issue. And usually, like when you have super big YouTubers like Linus Tech Tips, who has a direct line to YouTube and stuff, it's if he thinks that might be the issue, I listen to it because I'm sure he has. I'm sure somebody at YouTube has said something like that, and then the restricted mode stuff. I knew the AI thing was going to be I knew something bad was going to happen with that, so I could see the idea of like, oh, if it thinks you're 18 and it puts you automatically on restricted, so a lot of videos don't show up, which is cutting off a lot of views for people. So yeah, but that's just how it is. Nothing anybody can do. You're at the mercy of Google and their algorithm and the changes they do or don't do to it, right? So
I think like increasingly it's kind of like you got to do it for the passion of it, But for people like Linus Tech Tips, like they've got a huge business based on YouTube, huge business based on that algorithm, and it's like if Google just changes something and wipes off, I don't know, 30% of their income, that's absolutely devastating. It's all right, like if you like us doing it as like a hobby kind of thing. I don't know.
I mean, nobody likes to see red marks and stuff trending down, though.
No, it sucks. I mean, it happens on Windows Central articles as well. Like those over the past year, like those AI summaries have battered Windows Central.
I can imagine.
Yeah, because a lot of our content was guide content.
Yeah,
it was like, how do you do this on Windows?
If you search for anything, you get an AI summary right away. There's no reason to click on an article.
No reason to click, yeah.
So,
and we've fixed that now we've moved away from guides completely and started doing news. But it sucks because I really enjoyed doing guides. It felt like you were genuinely helping people. I mean, leaks are fun, but like guides are like the thing that actually helps people. And Google and Microsoft just steal your information.
Did you see Polygon bitching about the Silksong thing?
No.
So Polygon bitched, which I guess we'll talk about the Hollow Knight stuff because why not? There's a lot of things. We don't talk about Helldivers selling better on Xbox than PlayStation. Excuse me? Who expected that? Supposedly that happened.
That
the Xbox Magnus price. People are talking about the next generation of consoles already. Did you know supposedly there's a PS6S that PlayStation might be doing a Series S version? It's like
I did see that, yeah. Tom Henderson put that out, right?
No, that was I think Moore's Law is dead, or it could have been Tom. I think it was Moore's Law is dead, and I think like Insider Gaming just kind of, ran with the story.
They covered it.
I thought PlayStation guys hated the Series S and held back the whole generation. But I guess we'll talk about that when we get to it. But the Hollow Knight thing, Silksong. I forgot where I was going. There was something I want to.
The Polygon article.
Oh, the Polygon article about Hollow Knight, because So people were like wondering when the game was going to be released, and a couple days after One Night Live, they had their own premiere on their YouTube, and it was like, oh, by the way, the game's coming in a week or two or a week and a half. It was like really soon, and Polygon wrote this article, and it was basically, the video game industry deserves a longer lead-in time to Hollow Knight or something. That it was unfair to people to just launch Hollow Knight without like a huge lead up, and their whole justification was because they were already assigning writers to write guides for certain things, and they had everything all planned out, and then Hollow Knight was just like, by the way, we're out next week, and they're like, we had to redo all of our editorials, we had to put some they were complaining,
makes me cringe so
they were complaining that they had to do all this stuff, but they put in the thing of like, oh, I forget, it was like the video game industry deserved like a marketing push for and it's just like, but the Hollow Knight shows that you don't need that stuff, because here's a game, sure, that people loved Hollow Knight 1 and people were demanding for this, and the game, and like how Team Cherry's kind of been quiet. I mean, there would have been their trailer showing the game off years and years ago. And then then it like showed up again at the Xbox showcase where they had it for Gamepass. But other than that, like, they don't do interviews. They just sit back and make their game. People every year are like, is Hollow Knight this year? Is it going to be at the Nintendo Direct? And like nothing. Like it is, the base is the opposite of any big game's marketing cycle that you can imagine, right? Where it was like, every game comes out and it's got the marketing that you need to do, previews, trailers, all other sort of stuff that the modern AAA industry does with their marketing cycles for games. And here's this small indie game with how many devs? 7, 5, whatever it is, Team Cherry is. And
I don't know off the top of my head.
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's really small. And not only that, it's $20, right? So spitting in the face of these companies that want $70 or tried to do $80, right? It really seems like one of the big headlines of 2025 is going to be the year of the I don't want to say this, but I was going to say low price games or mid range games, but you look at Hollow Knight, $20, and Expedition 33, $50. Split Fiction, 40 or whatever. Like, you're essentially looking at a possibility of Game of the Year being a battle between a $20 title and a $50 title, in between Expedition 33 and Silksong, right? Mm-hmm. So you have all that stuff. You have all the AAA industry versus this indie game, and the game comes out, and it destroys the stores. You can't buy it on Steam. Xbox store crashes. The PlayStation store crashes. The Nintendo store crashes. The demand for this game is otherworldly. Like, we've never seen anything like this. And I think it peaked on Steam at what, 500,000 concurrent players?
Yeah.
Who knows what it's doing on Xbox? Because it is
the Xbox store.
Yeah, it's available on Game Pass, so people can play it that way. Although I do kind of feel like the price point is kind of $20 is where it's, do I really need to get it through Game Pass? I'll just buy it myself. I think Game Pass,
I bought it.
Yeah, I think Game Pass works well when it's like $70. It's like, well, wait, who doesn't want to save $70 on something? But something like this, like 20, it's like, oh, $20, yeah, I'll support an indie dev. Like, you might think like, well, fuck EA, I'm not going to give EA any money because they're an asshole corporation, right? I don't like them, but it's just some dudes in their garage making a game. I'll throw it here, right? But
in that garage,
like
yeah, I know what you mean.
It's, if Grand Theft Auto 6 doesn't crash the store servers next year, what are we doing, Jez? Because if Hollow Knight can, then certainly Grand Theft Auto can, yeah?
Well, I suppose the thing is about store servers, they spin up and down based on expected demand, right?
Well,
so I presume they'd be ready for Grand Theft Auto.
Well, Grand Theft Auto is probably also going to be pre-orderable because Silksong wasn't. So everybody had to log in at the time when it was released to buy the game and download the game. And I would imagine that's not going to be the case for Grand Theft Auto 6. You'll be able to pre-order it and pre-download it, well beforehand. So they probably won't have that where like everybody's literally logging on at the same time to buy and download this game.
Basically it's basically a DDoS of the Xbox and Steam servers. I think didn't Nintendo go down as well?
And all the stores went down for it.
I almost wrote an article this morning that Silksong's taken down World of Warcraft servers because World of Warcraft was down this morning as well. And I'm sitting there wondering, like, is this part of it somehow? Is Azure like just completely fucked?
But then I've also it's kind of crazy because there's the Polygon aspect of it, which I just laughed. They were like, it needs a bigger lead time, and it's like, woe is us, because now we have to reassign work, and like, like whatever they wrote in that article was just a bunch of whining. But then
I hate game journalist entitlement sometimes, like, and I get that it can be frustrating when you like set up all these plans and stuff like that, but it's also like, it is what it is. This is the gaming industry. We're lucky to be able to cover this shit at all, to be honest. So I don't know, it doesn't track for me. But I did see a lot of complaints, or not from anyone particular, but it did feel like some indie devs are sort of throwing shade, or people being offended on behalf of indie devs. I didn't see any actual indie devs themselves.
Yeah, there are some games that moved because here comes a huge, massive game. out of nowhere with like a week and a half notice. So some games did get delayed.
But this is the thing. Like, I think this Silksong should be celebrated as an example of a game that cuts through the corporate bullshit that everyone says they're mad about and wants less of, and absolutely lands this huge success story. I saw a post on LinkedIn where someone was sharing like, Team Cherry posted about the game, the original game, like on Reddit, on one of the indie dev subreddits, and they were like, "Oh yeah, here's our game, check it out, blah blah blah." And then the comments were really nasty. They were like, "Oh, this looks mid," and it's like, "Oh, another 2D Metroidvania, big whoop," all this kind of stuff. And then it's gone on to become probably the best-selling true indie game of all time, as in like it's not really publisher backed. It's like true indie in the truest sense of the word, and it's done absolutely huge because it's captures that sort of lightning in a bottle kind of thing. There's something about Silksong and Hollow Knight that is just a pure vibe, and it wears its inspirations pretty proudly on its sleeve. It's the Metroidvania. I think I saw a comparison video today where it's like Hornet, the character, she moves a lot like Alucard in
I saw that. Yep.
Castlevania, which I thought was a really cool homage, And also you've got stuff like, obviously it's Dark Souls coded, very Dark Souls coded. So there's like, at least the original was. I'm not really feeling the same Dark Souls vibe from the new one to the same degree, but the original definitely was. Obviously, you were going hollow, like in Dark Souls. It just hit all the right notes at the right time, and it's also super cute. I think people underestimate the cuteness factor with this game. It is like dark but cute at the same time. It kind of grows with its audience, but it's got broad appeal at the same time. It's kind of genius, really. Lightning in a bottle kind of shit, man. It's so good. Feels so good to play. I'm just sitting here making myself want to play it now.
It's crazy. I wonder.
I'm someone who's only gone into Hollow Knight properly in the last year. I only finished Hollow Knight this year.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, if the $20 price point is definitely very consumer friendly. Usually
in this economy,
and usually when people talk about price points, sometimes you get like a thing like Mafia being $50. People like, oh, what's wrong with it? There's always that talk of, why isn't this game full price? There must be something wrong with it. Now, hopefully,
I was literally thinking that. I was even thinking that about Silksong. I was like, oh man, they've priced it low in an apologetic way.
I mean, considering the hype of Hollow Knight Silksong, they probably could have sold it for $29.99.
Yeah, I was thinking at least 30. Yeah,
but no, $20. All right, like, so that's like impulse buy territory. I wonder how well it's doing on Game Pass. I mean, Game Pass, a lot of members on it. I wonder.
Imagine quite well.
I imagine it's doing quite well, but I also wonder if like the price being as low as it is, basically has people choosing to buy it rather than like essentially using the sub for it or whatever. But either way, you don't see this
win-win for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really see this ever. It is a unicorn in the space of an indie game getting this much hype.
It's getting AAA hype.
Yeah, I mean, this is beyond like any other game, like Death Stranding 2 or any other big game release, like Doom, Dark Ages, right? Like any other big kind of release this year. Maybe I think it's probably even when you compare Oblivion, because Oblivion was a shadow drop, which is almost similar to what Team Cherry did. Well, so I guess the idea was the difference would be Hollow Knight Silksong has been anticipated for years at this point, and Oblivion remake was kind of just shadow dropped and nobody knew about it, even though it had been rumored. So I guess it's different that aspect. But you remember when Oblivion came out, like, and it's hit 10 million players, and it's like one of the top 3 best-selling games of the year. So there was like huge demand for it, and it's kind of almost seems like this is probably even surpassed it. I don't know. It kind of, it's sort of, it makes light of a lot of how the industry like does business, where everything needs this huge, not necessarily as long as a marketing cycle as previous, and all these sort of things. It's just, no, we're announcing our game next week, and literally everybody's falling over themselves to download it to the point where the stores crash. And not only that, but because this game is this pop, I knew this would happen. Because of how popular something is, you're always going to have people that come out against it. Where I've seen a lot of people suddenly talk about, I don't understand why this game is good. I don't understand why this game is as hyped as it is. Because the first game was, I think when we had Special Nick on, when we talked about this, he didn't understand why anybody liked Hollow Knight. Maybe that's the wrong way to paraphrase what he said. He personally didn't like it. So
didn't feel the hype.
So he's questioning, like, I don't understand, because this, Prince of Persia Lost Crown's a better Metroidvania game. The Ori games are a better Metroidvania game, right? He was kind of listing off some of these games that are better Metroidvanias. It's like, so what makes people gravitate to Hollow Knight? Oh, and personally, I'd agree. Like, Ori and the Will of the Wisp is a better game than Hollow Knight. I mean, I haven't played Silksong yet.
What?
So absolutely. Absolutely.
You can't say that, Rand. It's sacrilegious.
I mean, I don't care. That's my opinion. I'll stick it to. I don't think there's anything Hollow Knight 1 does better than Ori at all, period.
Do you know what it is, partially, I think? I saw an analysis recently which resonated with me. Again, it was on LinkedIn. I'm started spending way too much time on LinkedIn, probably. But it was like, it was a game developer, I think, or a game analyst or something like that. And they were talking about Roblox. And they're talking about why Roblox is so popular, even though like everything in Roblox looks like complete shit, right? Roblox has trash graphics, it's got trash gameplay, all that kind of stuff. But there's this game on Roblox right now, I think it's called Steal the Brain Rot or something, which is absolutely huge. And like Roblox by itself is bigger than all of Steam. So you have to ask yourself, like, why is this come about? And they had like a sort of psychological analysis about why Roblox has become so popular with younger gamers and stuff like that. And I think Hollow Knight kind of skirts this in a way that appeals to both sides of this generational kind of rift that's sort of developed in the game industry over the last few years. Because you're right, it's not as pretty or as impressive to look at as Ori. But what Hollow Knight does really, really well, it's spawned like a culture. It's like, it's one of the most memeable games. And it's got a lot of like culture and lore and discussion all around it. A bit like Elden Ring had. Because with Elden Ring's, like, the way Elden Ring delivered its lore was in a sort of like obscure kind of way, which fostered discussion, which fostered community and fostered culture. And it really seems like the games that really succeed these days, the new games, are games that deliver that sort of fostering of culture, that almost memeability that can help them ride algorithmic word of mouth marketing waves and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that's all it is. I'm just saying, like, there is something to that. There is something to that about modern gaming where, like, there has to be a sort of cultural resonance more so than games did in the past, where almost like the corporations dictated what you liked, basically. But with the democratization of social media and things like that, the games have to sort of resonate with that new sense of culture. And some games do it really well. I think Elden Ring did it really well. I think Hollow Knight does it well. Some games have already got that culture, like Harry Potter. Obviously, Harry Potter's got a huge community behind it already. And I think that's why you see more sequels than ever, is because a lot of those games have a culture and a community already. It's hard to build a culture and a community from scratch unless you're really leaning into that zeitgeist and that sort of stuff, right? So the kids who are playing on Roblox right now, they're playing on it for the culture, not the quality, And it does make me wonder if that's going to shape the way games are thought about in the future.
I
don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get to Hollow Knight Silksong because I already kind of had a plan of idea of how I was going to attack the games that recently came out. So Hollow Knight Silksong was kind of just like, oh, by the way, we're out. And I'm like, oh, crap. Like, it's like, I'm going to get to it. Hopefully I can get to it this year
really crept up, didn't it?
before the end of the year, because it just, I had my plan of like, oh, the games are gonna play, and then Hollow Knight's like, oh, by the way, and it's not like Hollow Knight's a short game. At least your first playthrough is going
No,
to take some. And the way I play my games, I like to do everything.
you're
Right,
methodical,
so
right?
I
You're
would want to go
methodical
for
round.
100%. So that game's going to take me a bit, but it's really cool to see a game just kind of break out. And you're talking about a game that's probably going to be at its price point, $20, probably one of the. I guess because like MPD and Circana, how they do their list, they list it by revenue. It's not always by units sold, and so we'll see the power because it's a $20 release, and there's a big gulf between $20 and $70. You know that adds up over time with millions of units. But I can imagine we'll probably maybe get a PR release next week, being like we've sold this many units already. Because I already saw Metal Gear Solid Delta say they sold 1 million. Anybody else come out recently? Oh, Gears of War came out and said they had 1 million players. Let me ask you this.
Yeah, they had 1 million players, but not, and everyone's like, oh, that doesn't mean sales.
Right. So I guess we'll go from there because I don't know. You haven't played much Hollow Knight Silksong, so I don't know if you can really give an opinion on it. But
know. I've
you
played
have
about 4 hours of
so
it.
what
What
are your thoughts so far?
I love it. I
Okay.
absolutely love it. But it is basically like more of the same. Like if you enjoyed the original, you're going to enjoy this. There's a lot of
Does
news.
she play differently than the
She
previous
plays
maker?
completely differently.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe somebody might like it better because the main character plays a little bit differently. No.
I don't think so. I think
No?
the overall the gameplay loop's pretty much the same. It's like Metroidvania with a bit of sort of Soulsian, okay, this boss is too hard, I'll come back later kind of thing. But the way Hornet plays is she's quite different to the Hollow Knight, you know. But it's still fundamentally the same kind of thing, right? It's still action platformer and that kind of thing. One of the things she does differently is she uh she she can sprint, which obviously you couldn't do in the original, which gives you a lot of more agility and I think skill expression. So that felt really good. There's also like this trap system in the game. Like she can you can equip and craft traps and like give you a little bit of an extra damage boost. So that gives the combat a little bit more dynamism. And the way you craft traps is you collect resources from killing mobs. So one thing that I did find a little disappointing about the original Hollow Knight was like you had all these magic spells, but you never really use them that much because you're sort of saving your energy to heal, right? A lot of the time. I think like with certain builds you could get more magic out of it and stuff like that. But in this, you've got like this whole resource of like, oh, I've got these trap parts, and you do get an item not long after where you can buy it, you know, it's optional. You can get an item which lets you craft traps in the field because otherwise you can only craft traps when you're at a save point, right? At a bench. So that adds some dynamism to the combat, but fundamentally it's the same kind of layout. You know, there's fast travel dudes and vendors everywhere. You buy the maps. Like a lot of it's just fundamentally very, very similar, you know. So I don't think it's a bad thing. It's exactly what I wanted out of it.
Okay.
I suppose like need to learn more about the vibe going in, the story delivery and all that. Oh, it's also it throws me a bit because the main Hornet actually talks, you know, because she actually engages in conversation. Because the Hollow Knight was just like this creepy little fucking weirdo guy, you know. It was just like didn't really reply much, but
Right.
yeah, it's fantastic, man. I've got nothing but good things to say about it.
So yeah, we were talking about Gears, and this is gonna dovetail into the whole Helldivers 2 situation. But being as you of a big Gears fan, what do you think about the 1 million players? Is that about right? What you expected? Is that a disappointment? Is that a success? How do you feel about Gears Reloaded and what it's done?
Well, I did speak to people at Microsoft about this because you know I have conversations with sources and things like that. And from what I heard, it exceeded their expectations. They didn't expect it to do 1 million, from what I've heard. I don't think I expected it to do 1 million. Did you? I mean, it's a remake of a remake, but I suppose it's also
Well,
that
it's
sort
also
of
on
like,
PlayStation for the first time,
yeah,
which
PlayStation for the first time, so it's got that novelty factor, and I suppose it's something to play while you wait. If you're not interested in Hollow Knight, it's something to play while you wait for Ghost of Yotai, which is coming out later this month, I
it's coming
believe, if I
out
remember
October
correctly.
2nd. Review codes went out yesterday. They're giving reviewers 3 weeks to play it, and then the review embargo is a week before the game comes out. So
Yeah,
I
it's
think Sony has
crazy stuff, man.
high hopes for that game, and they know what they have on their hands because they didn't even send out review codes for Lost Soul Aside, and nobody talks about Lost Soul Aside anymore. And the reviews for that were pretty bad. It's a forgotten game at this point, so
Mm.
it's kind of what it is. But the reason I bring up the Gears thing is because there's been a lot to be made about Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. And we've talked about it in previous episodes about why this is happening, what it could mean for the future. Because you did write in your article, which I don't really think anybody saw, but you talked to somebody at Microsoft who basically, well, I guess you can say what you wrote about, like the idea of don't hold your breath for God of War or Last of Us on Xbox, but potentially, live service stuff and simultaneously future releases. So what's up with that?
Yeah, so I did write a little article yesterday about the Helldiver stuff. I spoke to Reese Elliott at Alinea Analytics because Alinea's got some controversy
Yeah,
behind
which
them.
we're gonna
I
talk.
think,
We're gonna talk about when we talk about this stuff. But I kind of wanted to get like the
yeah, yeah.
angle up because there with Helldivers 2, nobody expected it. Nobody expected the Halo crossover. People didn't know how
Hello?
Helldivers 2. What?
Oh, you cut out a little bit there.
Oh, I did. Am I still?
No,
How's
you're
it now?
still there.
Okay.
Still there.
Nobody knew about expected the Helldivers crossover or the Halo crossover. And even though we all thought it would sell well on Xbox because it's the most Xbox ass game there is, right? You obviously can't be too sure because there's that narrative that like nobody buys games on Xbox and all that stuff and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Um,
That's why I thought it was interesting. Because
right.
obviously, like people like a Dreamcast guy, for example, and other fanboy YouTubers, they always push this narrative that Xbox players don't buy any games, which obviously is a load of bullshit. Otherwise, developers wouldn't bring their games to Xbox in the first place. They're there to make money.
It's true that they don't buy certain genres of games, and Japanese stuff being one of them is kind of notoriously never really sold well, even on the
I mean,
360.
Elden Ring sold pretty well on the Xbox.
I mean,
and
Elden
that's
Ring is
Japanese.
different. I mean, Elden Ring is
Do you
completely
mean?
different.
Do you mean
Like,
kawaii things?
I mean, like JRPGs, stuff like that. Like, even they didn't
You
sell.
mean like that anime horse girl racing game? Have you
I don't.
seen?
No, I have
Have
not.
you
I
seen
have
that?
no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, man, you don't see. This is the thing, Rand. You don't know the culture, bro.
I
You
don't.
don't know
I
the
don't know
culture.
the culture. But
There's this
so
huge viral anime horse girl racing game right now. I think it's called Umumamaze or something like that.
never
I
heard of
can't
it now,
pronounce
and
it.
I hope I never have to see it. I'm not. I don't. I don't
It's
want to.
huge, man.
Well,
It's fucking
that's great.
huge.
That's great. But like I was
So
saying,
it's
the whole Helldivers 2 situation spawned conversations about what's next from PlayStation on Xbox. Because nobody was
mm,
expecting PlayStation to put games on Xbox in the first place, outside of MLB and Death Stranding, because Kojima owned that and MLB. But this was like the first one they decided to do themselves. They created PlayStation LLC. And it was like, okay, what are they going to do next? Are they really going to put Last of Us on there? Are they really going to do Spider-Man 2018? Are they going to do God of War? Are they going to port their back catalog? What is the plan? And you wrote an article talking about from your conversation with sources at Microsoft. So what did they say to you?
yeah. So this was just their opinion. Like someone I spoke to at Microsoft about this stuff. I was trying to get hints about whether Alinea's figures were close to the mark, and they were kind of like, yeah, that's the kind of tracks with what we're seeing. But then we talked a little bit more about, does this bode well for other PlayStation games coming to Xbox? And and this was just their opinion. and they might not be privy to what Sony's planning and stuff like that. But their opinion was like they didn't think that Sony would be likely to bring back catalog stuff like God of War or Last of Us to Xbox. But again, this was just their opinion. I mean, it could very well happen, but their opinion was it's gonna be more worth it for Sony to focus on new games that have their marketing cycles and also service games. Like your embattled Fair games, for example.
Will it even come out? They just lost their game director, so.
Yeah, exactly.
And
so,
the owner of the studio, Jade Raymond, before they sold the place, she's gone, and now the game director's gone. I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Sure means something probably bad, but those are the kind of games that at least some people at Microsoft are expecting to come across. Maybe see in my head, right? In my head, Microsoft offers a better cut to developers next gen because if Steam's there, you kind of need an extra incentive to keep people in your platform, and if it is PC based, and the PC cut for Xbox developers right now is 18%, not 30%. So if the PC cut migrates over to Xbox, it's going to be better for Sony to just publish their games directly on Xbox rather than have people tunnel through Steam because they'll get a better cut, And also, I think the fact that it'd be on Xbox would be a potential. It will give people a potential to buy it more than once because I already own The Last of Us on PC. Would I buy the Xbox version for the achievements? Yeah, maybe. I'm one of those kind of people. So, and I think a lot of other people as well. And also, like, I think you generate more hype if you put it on Xbox. So I kind of feel like if the next Xbox does have Steam, it kind of would behoove Sony to just bring it straight to Xbox and bank on that extra hype. No? But at least for the short to medium term, it probably not going to be a floodgate of things like we've seen with Xbox. Like, I mean, you can probably expect like Halo's going to come to PlayStation next. You're also going to be able to expect, I don't know, Starfield, obviously. It's like I wrote in my report last year. All Xbox games are going to PlayStation. The only ones that won't will be a result of incidental situations like the smaller dev, they don't have dev kits yet, all that kind of stuff. But I think day and date on PlayStation is just the future of, this shit, right? So, yeah, that's what they were expecting. But again, it's just their opinion. We don't know for sure how that could go. And it'd be interesting. I mean, what do you think, Rand?
Well,
do you agree with this person's opinion, who shall remain nameless?
I mean,
that PlayStation will stick to.
Who am I to disagree with somebody at Xbox who's more plugged in to everything than me? I'm just a gamer doing a podcast. I mean, my opinion was always, I think they would look and see what Helldivers 2 did, and then maybe consider a couple other stuff. But, like, I never really expected it to be like, we're going to put the entire back catalog of PlayStation on Xbox. Because considering how slow they've done the PC stuff, like how long it took them to get up to where they are now, or even now, some games are day and date and some games aren't. I just wasn't thinking like, well, no, like this means that Ratchet and Clank is going to come plus all this other stuff. I think it could mean certain possibilities for stuff where it was like, oh, they bought this. Well, what would be another game that potential Xbox audience could enjoy? And it's like we had talked about from the beginning, something like Returnal. Shooter, co-op, they added in an update. I mean, that potentially could make some money back. And then if you were even willing to like use it as a marketing thing for their PlayStation's next game, Saros, right? Another like you could at least, I could see them talking themselves into being like, okay, this could sell. Plus, it could be marketing for, hey, Xbox players, come buy this game on the PlayStation. Like their original plan was for PC, where it was like, oh, you really like God of War 2018 PC players? Well, come buy a PlayStation to play Ragnarok. And did
it work?
Well, Sean Layden had talked about how that was kind of the original plan, where it was they talked themselves into it as being, well, we'll make more money. Plus, this is marketing for the next release on PlayStation, and maybe some PC guys might buy a PlayStation for it, which Did that work? I'm not sure. Maybe it did for
No,
some people.
it didn't.
Well,
It didn't work.
maybe it didn't work in the sense that millions of people bought a PlayStation who were PC players, but I would imagine maybe a few PC players were like, okay, yeah, I'll do this. Like, so in the grand scheme, did it work? Probably not. But you can't say like nobody bought it, but nobody like did do that. So I could see like a scenario like I just mentioned there. I do think maybe you're right in the sense of future games where it's like you have the development all at once and you all have your marketing cycle and you do that. Or if Sony really doesn't want to do day and date, maybe the Xbox version comes out alongside the PC version where you could have all that stuff. Or maybe it just nothing happens. Like, I don't know. Like, who knows what PlayStation thinks? Who knows how important having that stuff is to them. Because I would imagine, just like, remember when Xbox, the whole multi-platform stuff happened, there was people at Xbox who were pushing for it, and there were people at Xbox that were 100% against it. And there was a divide, there was a fight about what's best for the brand and best for the business and all that stuff. And we obviously know who won out. But just because the company does something, well, yeah, shareholders always went out. But just because a company does something doesn't mean everybody at the company is 100% okay with the decision. There could be people at PlayStation that probably think right now putting Helldivers 2 on Xbox was a mistake.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
So you may never, and there might be other people there who are just like, no, this is good. It's good for the game, because we clearly saw what it's done for the game. Like, the day before it came out on Xbox, it had like 50,000 users. And then that day it comes on Xbox, it shoots all the way up to 380,000. Next day it's up to 500,000. Like, it brought the game back with all the people that are playing it, right? So it's like, okay, no, that like works for the game. And we've talked about that. Sometimes it's like you do what's best for the game, and sometimes you do what's best for the platform. Because you could put every game everywhere. And that's what's probably best for the game, because you're going to get the most sales. The studio's going to get as much money as they possibly can. They'll be able to hire more because they're making more money. But then what's best for the platform? And in the past, it's been exclusivity, where we want to sell these consoles. And one of the reasons how we do it is like, well, if you want to play Halo, you have to get an Xbox. So there's always kind of, it was like a seesaw, but everything was basically the one that was at all the way at the bottom was everything has to be better for the platform. Now the seesaw, I won't even say it's equilibrium with Xbox. It's like it's the other end now, where it's like we need to do what's best for the game or developers, and we're just going to sell it everywhere to make as much money as possible. Sony might be on that seesaw, and it might be, it's not fully on the ground. It might be coming up, and they might think, okay, well, Hiroki Toroki might be just like, I don't care. You bring us as much money as possible, and we'll see what happens next year. Like there are rumors about Lego Horizon. Is that going to come? I mean, supposedly the game didn't sell well in the first place, and it's like, well, if the game bombed already, what's the point of putting it on Xbox? You're probably not going to sell well either, because Horizon doesn't exist on Xbox, which was always odd why they brought it to Switch in the first place, because there's no reference point to Switch players, where it's like it's a Lego Horizon game. It's one thing where it's like Lego Star Wars. Exist,
period. To be honest.
What?
Why does the game exist? Period. Like, who did anyone on Earth ask for a Horizon Lego game? I don't.
Well,
think
I mean,
they
Herman
did.
Hulst is in charge of of PlayStation Studios, and he came from Guerrilla, so he probably has a soft spot for the franchise, and they clearly want the franchise to be super huge. So what better way to bring in other people than by like having a kid version of it that might play that and being like, oh, well, I want to play the actual version, which is also why I think they're doing a Netflix show, or they're doing a TV show too. But the thing is, it makes sense to put Lego Horizon on PlayStation and even on PC. And I get what they were doing to try to put it on the Switch, but there's no reference point for anybody on the Switch. Like, the Lego games are all based off of huge IPs, like Star Wars and The Hobbit and stuff. Like, So people like, do you like Lego? Yeah, I want to play it. Do you like the Star Wars or Batman or all that stuff or DC? Yeah, okay, we'll play this game. But that doesn't work with Horizon, where they might look at it and be like, "What the hell is this? I've never seen this movie. I've never," and nobody bought
Well,
it.
dude, this is part of the tension that like Sony's probably exploring right now. It's like if you want mega blockbuster franchises, if you want something that sort of runs across everything and really cuts through that zeitgeist and can become a cultural touchstone, which is like what we talked about earlier. More than ever, people want that. They like people to become sheep and they won't play anything unless it's got like some kind of social cachet attached to it, right? I don't think you can achieve that if your install base is so fragmented. And evidently, a significant portion of the most passionate variety gamers out there are still on Xbox, you know. And when you cut them out of the equation, I think you are losing, at least in the United States, at the very, very least, you are kind of losing some of that cultural cachet. You are losing some of that zeitgeist, you know. You're losing some of the marketing dollars. You're losing a lot of that shit by just ideologically refusing to play ball with Xbox. So I think if they do want Horizon to be a thing that is like a big deal, you got to put it on everything. You've got to have a TV show. You've got to be on every platform. You can't just like pretend that your platform is enough anymore, which is why they're even going to PC in the first place, you know. And I think
Well,
like when Xbox starts presume like let's assume for a second that the Gears of War stuff, TV show, whatever, is actually really good on up there with Fallout, right? Let's assume that
it,
somehow that happens. I don't see it myself, but let's assume that's something that happens.
okay,
Um, do you want the game associated with that to be available where people are? Because more than ever, people are not willing to just switch platforms willy-nilly anymore, you
sure.
know.
I mean, for Xbox, clearly the whole point is we want it as
You're
everywhere as
leaving money on the
possible.
table if you don't do it.
Yeah, but then, like I said, it comes down to what's best for the individual game or the business and what's best for the platform. Because I could easily see PlayStation being like, even though it wouldn't hurt us to put Last of Us on Xbox, there's still new users that might discover Last of Us through the TV show. And if there are going to be new users, then we're going to try to funnel them to PlayStation ecosystem. And like God of War's got a TV show coming up. So Sony maybe ask themselves like, well, yeah, if we did put God of War 2018 or Ragnarok on Xbox, we'll get more sales because that game would sell extremely well. But then you look at if the TV shows really well and it brings in new users, and that game's also available on Xbox, then it might draw some people to the Xbox ecosystem when PlayStation wants to bring them to their own. Like, so that might be a reason why they might be like, well, not those games in particular, because of the cross media stuff, or maybe they would. I don't know. We don't know really
I
what
think
Sony's thinking at this point in time, but
one of the issues is right. Exclusivity was fine back when hardware prices were going down.
sure,
Hardware prices, the component prices are not going down. And in that sort of universe where component prices are probably going to go up even further, it becomes cost prohibitive to your cost of user acquisition goes up. So like when we talk about like in business terms, user acquisition, which is like how much you spend to convince someone to come to your ecosystem, the costs of that are so high, prohibitively high, that it eliminates your hardware margins almost completely. That's one of the reasons why the prices of the hardware is going up so much is because of the factoring in that cost of user acquisition, which is now infinitely higher due to a variety of factors. Cost of components is higher, which is attacking margins. People's attention spans are divided, which is attacking margins, and you know, cost of user acquisition attacks margins, all that kind of stuff. Blah 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 blah. So it just the whole business argument for exclusivity just is no longer there. But this is the thing, it might be there again someday in the future. It's all about what makes sense for the business at the end of the day. And there is like a sort of ideological aspect potentially. I mean, Nintendo is very much like they follow the beat to their own drum, and and they're like, we're going to do things our way, and the rest of it's details, right? That's the way Nintendo kind of looks at some of this stuff. But when you've got a company that is sort of powerfully controlled by their shareholders, and Microsoft is one of these companies where like you've got entire retirement funds and hedge funds fully bound up with Microsoft now. It was during the Steve Ballmer era that the shareholders didn't care at all, really, what Xbox did because the share price was so low. I think it was something like $30 a share during Steve Ballmer. Now it's approaching $500 a share. It's absurd. So everything's like more crucial to keep those investors happy, for whatever reason. And it becomes at that point where it's like ideology just can't be a factor in your business decisions in that universe, you know. And I think Sony wants to be there as well. If they want to grow and be this sort of global company, this global entity, Xbox is stubborn. The Xbox gamers are stubborn. We're sticking around, and the addressable audience for variety, core, mature gaming is very fractured and fragmented. A lot of those players, a lot of those older players are migrating to PC, which is why Sony went there already. But the people who remain on Xbox, they are sticky. Like they want to stick on Xbox, and that's why Xbox is even doing backwards compatibility in the first place. There's enough users on Xbox platform to make it worthwhile for even the shareholder era of Microsoft to want to cater to those users still. I'm sure there was arguments about that, at Microsoft, where they were like, should we even bother making hardware? We talk about that all the time, but there's clearly a business case there to continue making hardware, albeit with caveats. The caveat being exclusivity is dead. So the users that we're going to retain, they'll be subsidized by PlayStation and the PlayStation user base and the Switch user base and the PC user base and all that kind of thing, right? So it's about whether Sony eventually arrives at the same conclusion. I don't know much about Sony shareholder culture or like to what degree, the money's sort of freaking Sony out and being like, oh shit, we need to sort of pull back on some of this stuff. I do think increasingly it's all about culture, and to get the culture, you've got to be on everything.
Well, I mean, I suppose we'll eventually know because what they'll do. Because if there's more PlayStation games coming to Xbox, I would imagine you'll find out either soon or sometime next year. And if you don't really hear anything anytime soon, or if you go all through 2026 and there's nothing, then I guess you have your answer at that point, right? At least for the time being.
At least for the time being. Yeah.
But I mean, with Helldivers 2 in general, well, we talked about like what the concurrent users blew up to, but we also have some information from Alinea Analytics, which is we've talked about before. It's funny because I remember Xbox fans hating on them because they said Final Fantasy had only sold 20,000 units, Final Fantasy 16, and now they're now everybody's.
Well, to be fair, like it's because they came out and said, "Oh yeah, we arrived at a number via reviews
or reviews and whatever." Yeah, which is dumb.
Discards how the flow of writing a review on Xbox for one thing.
I was more pointing out the idea of like when it supports what you want it to support, we'll talk about it. But if it doesn't support what you want, then you don't believe it, right? So, but now that they said, hey, Helldivers 2 is doing well, I think they said 600,000 in 3 days, and it was basically like 1 million in a week, which is strong numbers. And then they compared it to the previous like week sales of the PlayStation 5 version, and the Xbox version outsold it, which
almost 2-1, right, or 3-1.
Well, I don't know.
Two-thirds more.
Yeah, it was like 950,000 for Xbox, 600,000 for PlayStation or whatever. And then even Alinea Analytics has a thing where they have the overall sales, and it was like 12 million for PlayStation, or 12 million for PC and 5 million for PlayStation. I was like, man, I didn't realize that game was that PC heavy, considering if you talk to the PlayStation fans, they would tell you it was a 50-50 split, or the PlayStation version sold more, and here's Alinea saying, no, like the PC version basically is the breadwinner in this case. So it's just like, I see this being written about. I see people talking about it, about how's this possible, because, the whole Xbox gamers don't buy games and all that sort of stuff, even though this is the most Xbox game that ever existed that just never been to Xbox. And then there are some other things, and you wrote about it, but I think I was the one who mentioned it to you because I was reading the thing. They had Madden doing better on Xbox than PlayStation, which surprised me.
Yep.
I was like, that is, considering the difference in user base size, I was like, that's odd. And then they had Mafia, where basically the Xbox version bombed in comparison to the PlayStation version, or it was something like 700,000 on PlayStation and 100,000 on Xbox, and I was like,
which honestly I thought was strange because Mafia, at least in the UK, Mafia was the top selling game on Xbox for a little while.
Yeah, Mafia's been on Xbox. I mean, I would understand if it was like Devil May Cry or something that had a PlayStation legacy. But something like that, I was like, that seems a 7-1 split. Plus, apparently, it even outsold the PC version by double. Like, the PC version only sold like 300,000 copies or something like that. And I was just like, so that over-index on PlayStation, I was like, man, these numbers are all weird. Like, I could believe the Helldivers outselling Xbox, but like the Madden and the Mafia thing, I was just like scratching my head. And I think the reason why people love these numbers is because we never get them. Even if these numbers aren't right, because I don't know. Ally Analytics, who knows if these numbers are even remotely correct. They might be correct for some things.
They're correct if I like them. They're wrong if I don't.
Yeah, they might be correct in some instances. Because I remember, you were saying like, yeah, about Helldivers 2, you asked somebody at Xbox, and it's like, it's close to what we're seeing. But then I remember you asking somebody about their Final Fantasy numbers, and you said no, that they were off or whatever. So I don't know their terminology. I don't know how they're getting, not their terminology, but I don't know what they're using to get methodology to using to getting to the numbers that they have. But because this industry is so secretive, we're like every other industry, how much money a movie makes at the box office, how many downloads of a song gets on Spotify, or how many records Taylor Swift sells. Like all these sort of things, you have information for about how well something does. But with video games, everything is so hidden. Maybe not necessarily like how many consoles they sell, but like game sales, which is why like
even console sales are hidden if you're Xbox.
Well, okay, for Xbox, sure, they hide things, but PlayStation usually only updates when they reach milestones or for their for their quarterly reports or whatever. And even then, they don't really they'll update and they'll say how games have sold, but they don't always update them. So it's kind of a guessing game. And that's one of the reasons why VG charts became so popular, is because people just wanted to look at something and say, oh, it sold this much, it was a success or failure. I want to use it in my agendas, in my console war. And most of the time VG charts was never right, but people still use it because they wanted to use something. And here comes Ally Analytics with all these numbers for not just Helldivers 2 and Mafia, but they got Madden numbers on there. They got the Gears. They know exactly how many people played it on PlayStation versus played it on X. Like, they got the exact figures. And I'm just like, this is something that has been like hoarded information that only NPD or Sakana would have, that you would have to pay a lot of money to get. And here they're just giving it out like this. And I'm like, how accurate is this information? I don't know. I know you talked to the guy recently. I mean, what do you get the sense? Are you leaning more towards all this stuff being right from them, that they're like the new standard? Like, are you still doubting some things? Because they said like they said Gears Reloaded sold like 240,000 units on PlayStation. And I was talking to
I am kind of like, sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I was talking to Cognito about this last night. About like the Gears numbers, and he thought that was a big disappointment. He thought Gears would do way better on PlayStation than 240,000 units. And I was like, I don't know, that's exactly what I thought it might do, or I didn't expect Gears to do that well because it's a remake of a remake. And I sort of feel the novelty of Xbox games being on PlayStation has lessened recently. And while Gears is a big franchise, Gears is not Halo, and Gears is not Forza. Like when you talk about the three Gears, Halo, and Forza, Gears is at the bottom, bringing up the rear. I hate to tell you, Jez, but it's the truth, and you know it to be the truth. So I sort of feel like okay, there's plus. I also feel like it released at a wrong time, like because you had Mafia, which apparently did well. You got Madden. You have all these upcoming games like Silksong and Kronos and Metal Gear Delta and Shinobi, and it was just like, well, what do I want to play? Do I want to play just Gears, a remake of a 20-year-old game that has no improvements outside of resolution, or all these other new games? And I sort of feel like it would have been more beneficial for them to release the game in July when there's nothing else and people have been like, okay, I'll play this. But maybe they had this whole idea of like, let's promote each other's games, where PlayStation was promoting Gears and Xbox was promoting Helldivers, and they had this whole cross-promotional thing. But I feel like it worked out a hell of a lot better for Helldivers than it worked out for Gears. And Gears was on more platforms and everything. I don't know. What do you feel about all that?
Well, first of all, on Alinea, I have no idea what their methodology is. So it's kind of like we've gone from being secretive about the sales to being secretive about the methodology, and they don't want to share their methodology because then other analytics firms might rip it off and like leave them sort of like, in the lurch or whatever. So I'm sort of like on a sort of wait and see approach when it comes to Alinea analytics. And I do want to get Reese Elliott on our podcast at some point. Maybe you can clarify the way they arrive at some of this data. Obviously, like them saying they used the reviews of Final Fantasy 16 to extrapolate how well it had done on Xbox. That was a big red flag for me. Because obviously the flow of writing a review on consoles is going to be completely different. Like you can't say like, oh, it had this many reviews on PlayStation and this many reviews on Xbox, therefore this is how well it sold on Xbox. If the flow of user behavior towards writing a review makes people not want to bother writing a review, and like writing a review on console in the first place is an arse ache. It's not like you got a keyboard. Most people don't have a keyboard attached to their Xbox, so like, why would they write a fucking review? It doesn't make any sense. But they did clarify that that's not how they do it, apparently. But it is weird that one of their employees came out and said that, and then they came out and tried to deny it. So I'm sort of like in a sort of take it with a pinch of salt kind of thing, which is why I ask Xbox sources like, is this in line with what you're seeing? So I think with Alinea, maybe the best thing you can do with it is, at least for now, sort of use it as a way to identify potential trends. And I think it is useful, because I do believe that there is like probably a disproportionate impact on user behavior when it comes to the different platforms. Like, you've got Xbox is the shooter box. That's what they call it, the shooter box, right? So, and like I spoke to people at Xbox at Summer Game Fest, not Summer Game Fest. Was it Summer Game Fest? I can't remember. I spoke to people at Xbox and they were like, yeah, we expect it to over-index on Xbox because it is a heavily Xbox coded game, and that's why they did the whole Halo partnership in the first place, because it's just so obvious. Like, this is such an Xbox kind of game. And I think that might be true for like sports games. When you look at like Alinea in that article said like sports games don't penetrate on PC either. And PC's got a huge install base, but nobody on PC wants to play sports games for whatever reason. That very firmly seems to be a console kind of game that people play, right? So even though like these install bases are huge, the audience taste does seem to have a significant impact on the way games sell per platform. And like further on that point, someone at Xbox did tell me like off the cuff once, you'd be surprised at the split of certain games between our platforms, given the install base disparity. I think as well, there's a thing with there is a thing potentially with PlayStation where they've become the default platform, Rand. They're the default platform, which means they're the default platform for casual gamers. People who are only playing Fortnite, Roblox, like kids who buy a PlayStation for Christmas and maybe don't really use it because they're playing Roblox on an iPad. So I do think like the people who are on Xbox right now, they're the people who really, really want Xbox. They've made a pretty firm choice to go to Xbox for whatever reason. Whereas like if you're going into, we talk about this in the past with GameStop or whatever, if little Timmy goes into GameStop and his grandma's like, which console should I buy? GameStop's usually going to say buy a PlayStation, right? So they've cornered that casual market, which probably doesn't play Helldivers and shit like that. Whereas like Xbox has probably got a disproportionate amount of people who are engaged. And also I think Microsoft themselves have come out in the past and said like Game Pass makes people engage more because they just feel more like I'm a Game Pass, I'm an Xbox guy, and playing games is what I do, right?
What did you think about that?
So
What did you think about people coming up in arms about the quote from the Machine Games dev on Christopher Dring's podcast, where he said, "As for Game Pass, we know how people act. Like they play it for 5 minutes and they drop off." People really seemed upset by that comment. Which
I mean, we know that from True Achievements. So TrueAchievements.com has exclusive access to Xbox's achievement API. I don't think any other websites get that access. And I think that's like a legacy thing from the 360 era that they've had that for so long. But because of the Xbox achievement API, we know that like some games that hit Game Pass but like don't do well, you can just look at the achievement data and be like, oh, they killed the first boss but didn't kill any other bosses. Like Game Pass is a great engine for testing out games and just being like, oh, actually, I don't really care about this. So I think like with Game Pass, you do get a disproportionate amount of people who will check out a game, and then if it doesn't immediately hook them, then they bounce. You know, it's similarly with Netflix. I think, like with Netflix, you check out a show for 5 minutes. If you don't like it immediately, I think a lot of people bounce, right?
yeah,
Um, whereas like if you purchased it outright, you might be a bit more like, oh, I've got to try and get into this. You might even watch reviews and shit like that. But yeah, game like Hyphy Shock in chat says Game Pass has a lot of tourists. Yeah, but I think
yeah,
that's one of the benefits of Game Pass is that you can check things out, and if it's not for you, then bounce. Right? I do that all the time. There's a lot of games I try and Game Pass, and it's like, oh, actually, this kind of sucks, and then bounce out of it. Like I saw True Achievements put out an article recently that Dragon Age Inquisition saw a 1,500% increase in players when it hit Game Pass via EA Access.
I mean that's pretty good for a game you
So I
hated.
was, yeah, so it probably went from like one player
I
to
saw a thing
1,500
that was
players.
like, "Is Game Pass gonna save Dragon Age Veilguard?" I'm like, no. Like the the
No, no, no.
the fate of that game's already been sealed, my friend. Like
Yeah, sure
so
has.
yeah. I mean, of
Definitely has.
course, like people, yeah, it's on Game Pass. People will check it out if they like it. They'll continue to play it and maybe buy it, or whatever. So I'm sure like the achievement percentages will be different for Silksong because on Silk for here you'd be able to if you don't like it, then you stop playing it after a couple minutes.
Mm,
Where
yeah.
people buy the game and they feel compelled because I bought it to have to finish it because like otherwise I wasted my money. Well, with that, it's like with Game Pass, you don't. It's like, all right, well, like you said, Netflix. I'll watch the show for an episode. Don't like it? Don't have to watch it. So there is all that. So yeah, I don't know. I will say a part of me loves getting like the information. I love seeing all that stuff. The other part of me is just like, you know, I doubt, I just doubt it's all true. And I'm just like, so I look at it, I'm like, oh, this is super, super interesting. But I'm like, but is it all true? So I got like two conflicting thoughts in there about, the information they provide. But who am I? Maybe they know exactly what they're doing and they're right on a lot of stuff, or maybe they're completely
Mm-hmm.
wrong. We'll see. But we never really get this breakdown of stuff before.
Well, I
So
do think it'll be interesting when Sakana puts out their figures or their rankings rather. They don't put out figures, they put out rankings. So when Sakana puts out their ranking on Monday, I'm curious if they take a shot at these figures because I think people are very, very interested. I think the industry is interested in how well this is done for PlayStation because, if you're an investor and a shareholder, you'll be wondering like what you can glean from this stuff to figure out like, to get an idea about how PlayStation might move forward, right? So I do think it's be very interesting to see what they say about it or when it comes down to it.
yeah. I guess Perfect Dark, Jez, back in the news out of nowhere.
Oh no.
which we talked a little bit on Tuesday, but we all know they canceled the game in June, and it was one of the ones I was disappointed in because it was a game that I was just based off the demo they showed, right up my alley. Something I was super interested in. A game also that had been in development for quite some time. They canceled it, and everyone's like, "What the hell?" Now it comes out that supposedly Crystal Dynamics was shopping it around to salvage it, and Take-Two almost signed it, but the problem was that Take-Two and Microsoft couldn't come to an agreement on ownership of the IP and all those sort of things. So, are you surprised that Microsoft was letting somebody like Crystal Dynamics shop the game to a different publisher? Two, that a publisher was willing to take it on because, there was reports in the past that like they were trying to shop Tango before they closed them, but nobody wanted them, and then they eventually found the deal with Krafton, and the whole thing with Contraband, which seems like they were allowing Avalanche to shop the game, but doesn't really seem like anybody's taken a bite out of it yet. But here's an IP that Microsoft owns themselves, allowing the developer that Microsoft doesn't own to shop the game, and then finding a buyer, potentially, or an investor. And then, but when it all comes down to it, the final negotiations, Microsoft and Take-Two not coming to an agreement on IP ownership and stuff like that what do you think about that whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. I suppose it's not a complete surprise that Microsoft had invested this money to make the game, and
Or
the game didn't
maybe
pan
Embracer
out.
was involved too, because don't forget Crystal Dynamics is involved with
Yeah.
Embracer, so maybe Embracer wanted control, or maybe it was. But either way, like they couldn't come to an agreement. So who's at fault? I don't. I was kind of. I was surprised that they were letting them shop the game, even though that's something Microsoft has like recently let people do. I was like, well, clearly that game's done for because they own the IP and they don't even own the studio. And I guess maybe that doesn't, like, when I say that with like Contraband, it was like, well, they don't own the Contraband IP. That was an Avalanche thing, I think. So like, let Avalanche try to do it. But then here it was like, okay, they almost came to an agreement, so we almost were able to see Perfect Dark. But maybe in true Megacorp, fashion, it was like, well, we want rights to the Perfect Dark franchise because I can imagine Take-Two or Embracer being like, if we're investing $100 million in this to see it through, we want certain guarantees. Maybe like then the sequel rights are ours or something, because then Microsoft could just be like, oh, you resurrected Perfect Dark. Well, guess what? It's ours now, and we'll continue to do it without your help. Where Take-Two or Embracer might be like, oh, we risked our necks for this. We want assurances in the future that we own certain things or what have you. Do you think there's any like something like that happened? Maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you pretty much nailed it. I would think it's Microsoft invested money to build this franchise and this game, and I suppose it would have been a bitter pill for them to swallow if someone else nailed it and then ultimately maybe turned it into something more than it was, like another Tomb Raider. I don't know if you saw that Amazon announced. I think this is what they announced. They announced Sophie Turner's going to be playing Lara Croft.
Awful decision.
I don't know, man. Have you seen her recently?
I mean, I've seen her recently. She's never at any point do I think like, yep, that's Lara Croft. So
she's buffed up, man.
We'll see. I've never really been a fan of her acting wise. So,
well, you've only seen her in Game of Thrones.
I've seen her in other stuff, and she's not very good. She almost ruined X-Men, the X-Men movie where she's Jean Grey. She was awful in that.
I think I mean, that's X-Men, bro. Like X-Men is just bad.
And this is Tomb Raider.
Well, okay, but anyway, point being, right? Imagine the Tomb Raider show is great, and they get out a good game to complement it. Like Microsoft's probably been like, hang on a sec, we spent all this money to build the IP, and now someone's gone and made it better, and we've sort of fucked up. And I suppose it's kind of like someone at Microsoft will get in trouble for making that decision, probably. I mean, and then Satya will be knocking the door like, lads.
Do you think Satya would even care though?
Well, I'm just being like
I know.
dramatic. Someone would knock their door and be like, lads, what are you doing? You sold this IP and now look, it's the biggest Netflix show ever, something like that, right? It wouldn't be a good look. So I suppose Microsoft like desperate to retain control of that stuff as a result of that.
But I don't know.
Which I think makes sense, at least on paper. I think it's a shame that they couldn't come to an agreement, because at the end of the day, it's led to layoffs, which is probably why they tried salvaging it in the first place. Nobody wants layoffs. Like, even like the evil Microsoft, I don't think they don't want layoffs to happen. It's kind of like what can we do to fix it here, potentially. And that's what it worked out well with Tango Gameworks. But I suppose on this, Perfect Dark maybe needed a little bit more, maybe more investment. And for all the parties involved, it was just like, it's not going to be worth it for us to sell the IP, and it's not going to be worth it for us without the IP. So it just became this sort of impasse, right? It kind of sucks, but I do feel like if Perfect Dark was closer to being a fleshed out game, or was doing well and was hitting its milestones and was like more playable maybe in its testing phase, it'd probably still be alive. But I feel like it must have been in a bit of a state for them to just be like, fuck it, let's cancel this shit. Let's invest the money that we would have to invest to get this game to its next milestone would be better spent on pre-production for Fallout, which is kind of what was suggested to me was the situation. Not necessarily Fallout, but like, it was like, we can either make a bet on trying to get this game right and sink more money into it, or we fail fast and make another bet on something which is probably more likely to happen and more likely to be a thing. I think Herman Hulst said, with regards to PlayStation franchises, he said, if we want to take risks, but if we're going to fail, we want to fail fast before we've sank too much money into it. And I think that's kind of what the situation was there. So I think it's a shame, especially because of the layoffs, but I think it just clearly something wasn't happening with that game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I wanted to play it, and it seemed like I really like Crystal Dynamics, but I am kind of shocked Microsoft allowed them to sell it. It's like, we're allowing you to sell it, and then you do find a buyer, but then it's like, actually no. You know what I mean? Actually, we're not going to.
Yeah, maybe it didn't fully go down the way that it's been suggested it went down. These things are messy.
I mean, we only know this because of Jason Schreier. So
yeah, exactly.
He wrote that article.
I mean, I could see what people might say, but you just never know with some of this shit.
Yeah, true.
That's why I often don't like doing this kind of reporting, because you're still relying on someone's interpretation of events, right? And I know that this is why I prefer leaking hardware, because you've got hardware documents, you've got a spreadsheet, and you've got empirical data there. But when it comes to like relying on human testimony, it's like, I'm kind of sitting there like, okay, well, I've spoke to 3 people about this, or 4 people, 5 people, whatever it is. And then you just in the back of my mind, it's like not having that confidence to know for sure if this is really the fair evaluation of how things went down, Right. That's why I don't like doing that kind of reporting. But
I want to talk about Kronos: The New Dawn, which is a game me and Jez have both been playing. I'm about 15 hours in, give or take. I think you're a little bit further than me. But you...
Yeah, I'm right at the end.
Yeah, you loved this game. I think you gave it 5 stars.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit less than you. I'm probably like around an 8. The thing I like about it is sci-fi setting, that really gets me going. Like, I love the sci-fi stuff. I love the... Yep.
That's why I knew you'd like it.
It's the sci-fi, it's like 12 Monkeys-ish, where you're basically, like, so the setup of the story is, humanity's been wiped out,
Yep.
and you're a traveler from the future,
Yep.
and your goal is to collect people's essences and upload them to the collective to kind of figure out what went wrong, because humanity, there's like a disease.
I love how you're struggling with this, because it's really not clear.
It's not, yeah, because it doesn't give you everything up front. So it's like something you find.
Really have to work for what the fuck's going on.
You got to read articles. The dialogue stuff is there. So it's like, it reminded me a lot of 12 Monkeys, where if you've seen 12 Monkeys, it's like the Bruce Willis, Brad Pitt thing, where Bruce Willis there's a virus that was released, and basically humanity had to go in hiding, and they developed time travel, and they would send Bruce Willis back to the past to try to figure out what happened and how they could say it, but it all ended up being just like a loop anyways. Great movie. Like 100%, I 100% recommend that movie, and also the TV show. They did a four season.
There's a TV show.
There's a TV show that is absolutely incredible as well.
I did not know there was a TV show.
12 Monkeys TV show. They did 4 seasons. It's great. If you got nothing to watch, Jez, probably nobody you would know, but watch it. I was just wondering if it was really good.
It was Bruce Willis again.
No, it's really good. So watch it if you have access to it.
That sounds awesome. Hell
so like the science fiction vibes, are pretty damn good. Even though it's kind of like you said, it doesn't really tell you a lot up front. The gameplay is take your pick: Resident Evil, Dead Space. It's third person, over the shoulder survival horror game set in a desolate, destroyed future where people don't, and you only really have these monsters, this biomass, which I guess like everybody turned into. So they're these tentacle creatures that kind of look like humans, and
they've become like a lichen or a slime mold.
Yeah,
a human
like
slime mold,
like the slime mold from Resident Evil 7.
Yeah.
And the game's quite, like I said, I'm 15 hours in. I'm not done yet. This is more survival horror-y than I would even say Resident Evil or Dead Space, mainly because considering the world is destroyed and humanity's gone, and even though you travel back to the past to find your targets, that's really kind of also compounded by your inventory and the resources in the game, because you don't have a lot of inventory slots and there aren't a lot of resources, so you're actually going to have to decide how you want to upgrade your suits, because one of the things you can upgrade is how much health you have or the inventory space. And considering, it's like, I never had that problem with Dead Space or Resident Evil where I didn't have enough ammo, and then I was deciding what I couldn't take. Where in this game, I was constantly running up against the inventory limits and not having enough ammo, where I would run into things, I'm like, I got 5 bullets for my gun, I got 2 shotgun shells. Like, I never really... You get some of that maybe in early segments of Resident Evil or the Dead Space games where you didn't really have a lot of ammo, or if you weren't exploring, you wouldn't have enough. But this game is one of the few games where I have to decide, am I taking this or am I taking this? Because there are health items. Each weapon takes up an inventory slot. I think you only start with like 6 inventory slots. So you're basically like, okay. And it's not like all the ammo goes, if you have like 50 bullets, and if you have 50 bullets, that takes, like, you'll never have that much, but you can only hold like 15 handgun bullets in one slot. So if it goes over, it takes up another stuff. You can only have 5 shotgun bullets in a slot. So my point is, you're going to be up against that inventory slot, and you're not going to have a lot of ammo because the game does not really give you a lot of ammo. So it's like you really do have to make a decision about what you're going to do, and it kind of does jive with the world being as desolate as it is, and there aren't any resources around because the world's like gone. So it's I thought it was more survival horror-ish in that regard, at least because you were constantly like, I don't have enough ammo to fight this next boss. There are and I think I mentioned this to you beforehand, there are weird difficulty jumps, difficulty spikes. You'll be going along just fine, and then you'll like get ambushed, and they'll throw lots of enemies at you, and you're like, okay, and then but like they'll just keep on coming. And the other thing that this game has is because these enemies are like biomass and they kind of merge into each other. If you kill an enemy, that enemy could absorb the enemy you just killed and become a harder enemy for you to fight. They'll have armor on themselves, and they'll pick up any perks that the enemy had. So like there's a spitting enemy will spurt like green acid at you, but if this enemy absorbs that one, it'll take that perk. So now it's like it's armored and it has more attacks, and it's like I'm running out of ammo here. Like, what am I gonna do? And even when you do die or load, the game will say sometimes it's better to die and coming up with a different solution or something, or what's gonna happen. Almost kind of in vibe with like the time travel thing, because you're a traveler from the future, going back to try to do whatever with the past. So it's good. I'm even on the verge of saying it's great, but I'm kind of at that 8.8 mark here, because I think for me the enemy variety is hardly, like, it's non-existent really. The
enemy variety is probably, or the lack of enemy dynamism, I think is probably an issue. I think like they could have got away with the limited enemy types if they weren't so consistent in their behavior. I think if like it was a little bit more dynamic, like shoot a leg out, shoot an arm out, and then they behave differently. Like in Resident Evil, when you can shoot an enemy in half and then they're crawling towards you as half a torso, for example. It's not really like that in this. It's like it becomes a little bit formulaic when you are shooting the enemies over and over again. The variety comes from, like you say, figuring out those more difficult combat segments, because the difficulty spikes, there are spikes, but the solution to dealing with that spike is often, usually in the world, it's like, okay, well, there's a canister here.
Yeah.
I'm going to lure some enemies into this, blow this up, and then that'll take out these bunch of enemies. There's also a fire pit here, so I'll make sure I kill these enemies near this fire pit so they burn and they don't merge. Here's the biggest threat in this sequence, like after you've died and things like that, right? So I really like that aspect of the game, and I think it does make up for like the lack of raw enemy types or lack of systemic dynamism with combat. But one thing I was really impressed with this game is that it had a budget of less than $30 million.
Hey, man, and making games in Poland is cheap.
Yeah, I mean, for one thing, yeah. But also, like, a game of this sort of quality, because for me, this is at least as good as Dead Space, for me. If Resident Evil is the sort of the crown jewel of survival horror, especially like Resident Evil 1 or Resident Evil 2, this is like very close up there for me. I absolutely love this game. And I also, if you know some European history, and if you don't really know much about the Soviet Union and the Cold War and shit like that, some of the themes are probably going to be lost on you potentially. And I did, when I was reading some of the, especially like American reviews, I did get a sense that some people didn't get that aspect of it, because like the whole thing, like the collective and also merging into a slime mold and all that kind of thing, it's kind of like it revolves around themes of like communism and like losing your sense of individuality and all that kind of stuff. It's actually very, very clever the way they've done some of that stuff. And I think the game is that aspect of the game, like the way it's written and the sort of the metaphors that they weave into the narrative were lost on a lot of reviewers, I feel like. I love that aspect of it. And that permeates the whole game. The sort of the bleakness, it's like Soviet era Poland, and and they explore a lot of that history, like with the steelworks and the workers' strikes and all this kind of stuff. They explore that stuff.
Long, man. It's a big level too. Yeah. Like there's some chunky levels here. You would think it's more straightforward, but then you kind of get to this area where there's like trains, and then like you take a train, you go to the steelworks, and this whole huge thing. Then you come
more
back,
traditional Resident Evil,
and it's like,
point.
oh, I just went through a whole segment where there's like gravity flying, where you got these gravity boots, and you do these little puzzle things to get to the next part, and you're fighting people, and then you end up, and it's like this big hospital that you got to clear and stuff, and so there's like that aspect of it. I mean, I like the game, and the thing is, for me, Bloober's always kind of just been a mediocre dev until Silent Hill 2 Remake, which really made me rethink what I thought of Bloober, because that game was just incredible. Definitely. And then playing this, I'm like, okay, I see the vision. We're improving. We're improving as a dev studio. Like, if Bloober had made this game 5-6 years ago, I don't think it nearly comes out as good as it did. Like they're climbing up the rankings. They're definitely becoming.
I'm really happy for them, man.
Yeah, they're
really,
definitely
really
becoming a dev to keep your eyes out in. Like, will this game replace people's love for Resident Evil or Dead Space or any other survival horror stuff? No, but I think it's something really cool.
I genuinely like this more than Dead Space. Genuinely.
Not me.
And I think part of it is the European aspect of it, I think.
Okay, well, yeah, I get that.
But yeah, for me, it was at least on par with
this game. I
love this game.
It's so weird, like like what's going on, and when you extract stuff, and it's like you extract people's essences, and you collect
what is an
them.
Essence? It's fucking weird.
And then you'll start seeing, they'll start imposing themselves in your psyche, so then things will look different, and you'll get these weird fake out moments, and it's like some of that stuff is really, really well done. My biggest
character starts going mental.
Yeah, my biggest.
And you can really see that, like the thing about Bloober, like they always had this potential. You can see it all the way back to Layers of Fear. Like they knew how to they knew their horror, like misdirection and drawing your attention away and then shocking you from the other side. Like they're really good at that, some of this stuff, and that tradition remains strong in Kronos: The New Dawn. Yeah. But like it's everything else that's elevated. The visuals are elevated. The combat's elevated.
Good. Yeah.
Remember,
this was a studio that couldn't even do combat
great game,
before.
Man.
Right, this is a studio that couldn't even do combat, and then Silent Hill 2's combat was good, and this is better. This is much better than any of that stuff. So they've definitely improved. I guess we already mentioned it, but my biggest complaint is the enemy variety. I mean, you see the first couple enemies, and that's pretty much it. They had like a bigger, tankier version, and like a version that kind of crawls on walls and spits, and that's it. And so, and if you played a lot of these games like I have, you can see when things are happening, like, oh, there's a whole bunch of crates, and all of a sudden I got a whole bunch of weapon or ammo and stuff. I wonder if there's going to be a segment coming up that's either going to be a boss fight or an ambush room. Because you know how these games are. You go into a creepy big area where there's something store-related you have to find, and like you grab it and you're going to leave, and nope, can't leave. Now it has those elements that essentially all these survival horror games have, where I
mean, part of me was just like, these guys wanted to make something that was familiar and traditional, like, because when I played it at Gamescom, my muscle memory for Dead Space immediately kicked in, and they very intentionally mapped the two melee buttons to the same buttons that they are in Dead Space, so you immediately get that sort of familiarity. And I feel like that was very intentional. Like they wear their inspirations pretty heavily on their sleeve. I mean, I even got Evil Within vibes from it, like the way the weapon sway is and the way you upgrade your weapons. It's all the same parameters that you get in Dead Space, and also the burning of the bodies. Not Dead Space, Evil Within, or the burning of the bodies. That's straight out of Evil Within as well. So it kind of feels like they have sort of taken a lot of it, worn their inspirations on their sleeve. It almost feels like an amalgamation of various different horror greats, survival horror greats over the years. But then it's wrapped in this uniquely Polish kind of story.
It's very, very Polish story, which
is you don't really see a setting like that. Do you know what I felt like when I was playing it?
What?
How detailed everything is. And this might seem like a weird comparison, but I kept thinking of Max Payne. Like the levels and the maps feel so lived in, and it really did remind me of like the way Remedy builds spaces. Because some of the reviews I saw for this game were like, "Oh, the levels are too are too repetitive and stuff like that." And I'm sitting there thinking, that's because they are meant to look like real places that people lived in, and the amount of like detail in the world really, really impressed me. And it really did feel like just they've built a realistic space and then built the game on top of it. For that, and for me, I thought that was not repetitive. I found it immersive, So I don't know. I really, really love the game. And I like Bloober's gone from being like, I remember being genuinely upset that it was Bloober doing the remake of Silent
Yeah,
Hill.
yeah. You were like,
I was like,
because we were just like, the game's gonna be
nah.
garbage, and it was
Yeah,
an amazing
I
game.
was so fucking wrong,
And
man.
now here
I
we
was
have
so wrong.
Kronos a year later, right? Not only do a Silent Hill 2 remake, a year later they do Kronos, which and it's good. I mean, I know there's like 77, 78 on Metacritic, and there's always
It's
that like,
way,
oh, man, it's not,
it's ridiculous that it's that low.
sevens or eights or aren't good games or whatever. But
I saw some outlets give it a 5, and I'm just like,
yeah,
this is just bullshit. You
I
didn't
would
even play
say
the
if
game.
you're a fan of survival horror games, if you're a fan of Resident Evil, Dead Space, Evil Within, I think you would enjoy this. It may not live up to, like, for me, it doesn't, like, I wouldn't put it on the stratosphere that I think of Dead Space or the Resident Evils. I think it's like a tier below that, but I think it's still worth playing if you enjoy survival horror games. So yeah, that's. I mean, we'll talk about. Maybe I'll mention what I finally think of it because a lot of this has to do like how does the story wrap itself
How
up
does it
and
resolve?
all
Yeah,
this sort of stuff resolve, and I'm not there yet, but I'm gonna
it is a
finish it.
slow. The story is a slow burn.
It is
It's definitely a
slow
slow burn.
and it is long, so you'll get your money's worth out of it. And so I don't even think it's full price either. I think it's what 60
No,
or
it's not.
50. So
Yeah, it's not full price either,
yeah,
which is awesome. Like I just really want to support this game and Bloober because it's a truly independent game as well. It's not like Konami funding it with Silent Hill. It's their own IP. They've made it from the ground up. It's like a triple A indie, and I really want to support this game. It's really good.
yeah. So that's what we've been playing. What else we need to talk about?
We got to do a really long Q&A section
I know, but
in a
there's
minute.
the COD movie stuff. Did you see this?
I saw tweets about it. I don't know much about it, so you're gonna have to fill me
So
in.
Paramount got the rights for the COD movie, which is we were wondering when somebody would make a Call of Duty movie, considering how many movie game adaptations are in the works, right? But the thing that I saw today was that Steven Spielberg really wanted to direct a Call of Duty movie. He's a huge gamer and he plays Call of Duty. He pitched his vision to Activision. He wanted Final Cut and full control over production, but Activision got spooked and then sold the rights to Paramount, where they have more control over the process. I think
ridiculous.
I saw somebody say that it was the same like studio or whatever that did the Halo shows, which I'm not sure if that's true. Which I don't think, maybe it's not. But apparently Steven Spielberg wanted to do this, but Steven Spielberg, being the director that he is, obviously wants certain concessions, and apparently Activision were not willing to give those concessions away to him, so they went with Paramount instead. So, knowing that, what do you think about that whole thing, about Steven Spielberg wanting to do it, and then suddenly Activision being like, actually, no, Paramount, you do it?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of in two minds about it. Like, you've kind of got this thought process of like Call of Duty is a really sort of delicate thing. It's very, very expensive to make. So if you fuck that up, you could potentially fuck up a very, very huge business. Could a movie alone fuck up all of Call of Duty?
Well, I mean,
maybe.
World of Warcraft movie fuck up World of Warcraft?
I don't think so, but I don't think anyone was expecting the Warcraft movie to be good anyway.
See, I don't think. If a movie's bad, I don't think it affects the game that it's based on, But if a movie,
I think
if the movie or
people
show's
do.
good, it does help out the game because it brings more people to it. So I don't think anybody playing Call of Duty is like, oh, the movie sucked. Well, I'm gonna stop playing Call of Duty. People will stop playing Call of Duty if Call of Duty itself sucks, or if there's a better game, worth playing, like Battlefield 6 or something.
I don't know, because I was saying earlier, like the whole sort of culture thing now is like a whole thing. Like it's not. It was back when the Warcraft movie was made, but I feel like it's to a lesser extent. Can you imagine if the Call of Duty movie came out and it was just a complete trash fest of like hilariously bad memes and just like people taking the piss out of it? I think that could affect Call of Duty.
Sure, but
I think that could make people think,
okay,
oh, this sucks.
But that's more likely to happen under Paramount than it would have under Steven Spielberg.
Is it though? Steven Spielberg just directed the new Jurassic Park movie, which was not great.
No, he didn't. Steven Spielberg had nothing to do with. He's just executive producer because he did the first one. He had nothing to do with the direction of.
No. He did. He worked with the director of the original movie on the new one.
Dude, Gareth Edwards directed the new Jurassic Park movie.
Yeah, and he worked with Spielberg on it.
Yeah, because Spielberg's been executive producer of all the Jurassic Park movies. Because he'll be.
Why isn't the new Jurassic Park movie bad?
All the Jurassic Park movies have been bad since the first one. Yeah, the first one was great because it actually had source material to go off of, and it started the franchise, and they've been making up stuff ever since. But he's been executive producer.
Wasn't the Lost World a book as well?
It was, but they didn't really follow the book very much in the Lost World.
Did you read that book?
I don't think I read Lost World. But I mean, we're also talking about Steven Spielberg, the guy.
Well, what was he directed recently? Spielberg.
Well, I mean, we're talking about Steven Spielberg, the guy that directed Saving Private Ryan, like the ultimate war film. That was.
Is it the ultimate war film?
Like there was like Call of Duty before Call of Duty, right? Like Saving Private Ryan. Did Call of Duty even exist before Saving Private Ryan? I'm not even sure.
I don't know, man.
Let me see. Call of Duty.
In my head, Saving Private Ryan came out like 10 years ago or something.
Call of Duty, the first Call of Duty game, 2003. Saving Private Ryan was 1998.
1998?
Yeah. So you're talking about the guy who made the movie that probably inspired the Call of Duty franchise.
Right. Well, what has he done lately?
What has Steven Spielberg done lately? Probably not stuff you would you would remember or know. Steven Spielberg.
I like Jaws. Jaws is cool.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he directed that movie when he was 29, I think. What did you do when you were 29?
I think I just started at Windows Central.
Did you didn't direct Jaws?
No. I was directing the greatest Xbox news website of all time, Xbox Mad. I literally just started at Windows Central. Like,
Steven Spielberg, recent movies. Jurassic, executive producer in Rebirth. Let's see, what's the last director he did? He executive produces a lot. What was his last director? Let's see, previous 57.
See, maybe Activision just like this bloke don't even direct anymore, man. He just executive produces bad movies like Transformers.
He picks his projects that he wants to do because he can do it because he's Steven fucking Spielberg, one of the greatest. Why is he so bad at producing movies then? One of the greatest directors of all time. His last movie was The Fabelmans. He directed West Side Story in 2001. Directed Ready Player One in 2018.
Was that any good?
Ready Player One was all right. But yeah, he hasn't directed a movie since 2022, so maybe he was looking for his next thing he wanted to do.
I mean, I suppose like he's the guy who did Saving Private Ryan, so
yeah,
that would be the logical pick, maybe.
And if you want to give somebody
presumably, if they are going to do a Call of Duty movie, it would be like around the Modern Warfare characters, like Price and shit like that. I would assume.
Yeah, but
he probably could have done a good job.
But you said you're worried about a bad move, and you're worried about memes ruining Call of Duty. And I would say, you're probably more than likely going to, if you're worried about that, you probably wouldn't get that with Steven Spielberg, but you might with Paramount. Because who knows who they'd give it to? Because the whole thing is Activision wanted more creative control, and Steven Spielberg was like, "I want control."
Maybe this is what happened. Maybe Spielberg was like, "Okay, we're going to make a really authentic Call of Duty experience," and Activision was like, "Well, actually, we want a Beavis and Butthead cameo in this movie."
Yeah, there you go.
And Spielberg was like, "Nah, we're not having Beavis and Butthead."
Could you imagine if
Activision was like, "Nope."
If they turned down Steven Spielberg, and then Spielberg goes to direct like Battlefield movie, and because the Battlefield movie is so huge, it makes the video game so huge and destroys Call of Duty once and for all.
That'd be funny as fuck, but
it'd be ironic.
Battlefield doesn't really have characters though.
So somebody asked me, they wanted your opinion on this. Who would be the blame for this? Is this an Activision decision or an Xbox decision?
I think this would probably be an Activision decision.
I mean, even the article says it's an Activision thing, so.
Yeah, I say this because when I was investigating the skin stuff, I was talking. Obviously, I don't really have Activision contacts. I got Blizzard contacts, but not really Activision contacts, and I've got Microsoft contact. So I was asking Microsoft like how they feel about the skins bullshit, because I think the skins discourse is something that hurt Call of Duty culturally. If we're talking about cult memes and shit hurting Call of Duty, I don't think you'd have Call of Duty coming out and making a statement specifically about the skins if they didn't have at least a perception that it was actually damaging the brand. So I asked someone at Microsoft like why they do that shit, and they were just like, we let Activision decide what's best for their game and stuff, and then they brief us on it, kind of. So it does feel like it was Activision pushing a lot of that stuff, and I suppose it's like, for them, it's just like an easy kind of, a collab, people will buy it, the whales will buy it, don't really think about how it affects the long-term health of the game and stuff like that.
Well, we didn't even talked about it, but, and, you said, like, we're pressed for time because there's so much to talk about, whatever. But then Activision did a 180 and said that your purchases and your skins from Black Ops 6 won't transfer to Black Ops 7?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, they were...
Clearly,
clearly that discourse impacted. That's an example of a meme impacting the game, basically. Because I had like some huge viral tweets, and I'll tell you something else. Someone from Activision came up to me at Gamescom. I was asking me like, why I'm so mean about the skin, and I was just like, mate, I just find it genuinely offensive. You've taken this setting, and you've used the militaristic setting, and you've used veterans and stuff to market the game, like with Call of Duty Endowment and things like that. And you've kind of taken that setting and made it like a mockery by putting Beavis and Butthead and all that kind of shit in it. And I actually find it to be vaguely offensive. I think it's like you're taking all this legacy as well that you've inherited, essentially, and pissing it away for money, essentially. So yeah, that's why I'm mean about the skins, and that's why I think they're bullshit. And that was just before that's before they put the statement out, like a few days before. So I'm guessing like this statement was like obviously going through, and it was top of mind for the Activision people, clearly, And I think that's an example of them remembering that they have to, perception matters,
Yeah.
So maybe it's just the fact that like Spielberg was going to be too expensive for them, and maybe again it's a money decision.
Well,
where it's like
the article says is basically because Steven Spielberg wanted full control, and Activision's probably like, oh, we don't want that. We want control.
I think that's unfortunate because I think you missed a trick there.
Yeah, well, I mean, Steven Spielberg, I want to say he wanted to do something Halo related at one point, but obviously that didn't happen. But yeah,
he was working on wasn't he originally picked to work on the TV show, and then that fell through as well?
Maybe, or maybe it was his production team or something. But yeah, I don't know.
Mm.
What do you think of the 007 First Light State of Play with the release date? Because they announced the release date's like March 27th of next. I was wondering why they were doing a whole 30-minute segment for that game, and I was like, well, that game's got to be coming out somewhat soon then. but they did announce
Mm.
it for March of 2027. That's rocketed up to one of my I really like what they're doing with that game. I like IO Interactive in general. Like, I love the Hitman franchise, and I like James Bond, but I don't love James Bond. But
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, James
seeing
Bond. It's like
seeing the
I'm
gameplay and
supposed
stuff,
to love it because I'm British, but
I'm
it's
like,
just like,
oh, this looks a lot of fun. I want to play this day one, so I liked what I saw from that state of play. I can't wait for March.
yeah, it looks really, really good. I saw some memes about the character looking really
Yeah,
young,
yeah. You
but
know
isn't he
what?
supposed to be like 20 in it or something, like a
He's
trainee, basically?
supposed to be a young Bond, which is cool. But I will say, like, the first time they showed it,
We've not really seen a young Bond, not that young
not
anyway.
not yeah. Well, I think Daniel Craig's Bond was, he kind of just earned his 007 number, right, in Casino Royale. But yeah, this seems like
I haven't seen that one.
this is like him before he becomes, because the whole tagline's like earn your numbers, so earn your 007. So he's like a candidate. He's, really young. I will say, like, even though I know that the look of the character is based on an actual actor, when they showed the game off the first time, people were like, I don't like the look of James Bond, and I was like, oh, it looks fine. Watching this whole time, I'm like, actually, I'm kind of with you guys. I don't know what it is, and I don't know why my opinion changed, but I'm also like, I'm not sure I like the look of Bond either.
Is it their engine? Their engine for faces and stuff?
I
Is it
don't
just
know.
out
Like,
of date?
I like the idea of a young Bond before it becomes 007 and playing as him. Like, I think that's cool because that lets you probably do more things that you wouldn't be able to do as a 007. But there's just, like, the look of the character itself and the face. I'm just like, and it's weird because the first time, like I said, I was down with it. This time, though, I was like, I don't know about this. And I mean, I'll play the game regardless because it looks like a lot of fun.
I mean, you're gonna be looking at his back most of the time.
Well, I mean, the game does look like it's going to be cutscene heavy, right? So, a lot of, and with Bond being like going to be a ton of set pieces because that's what Bond is and stuff, and it's like, I think that game's going to be an absolute blast. IO Interactive is really good at what they do.
One of my big backlog shames is Hitman, World of Assassination.
Hitman's a classic, man. I love Hitman. It's so good, so good.
Did you finish the new one?
Hitman 1, 2, and 3. Yeah.
Nah, Oh, they merged them all into one client.
Yeah, they merged them all into one. So it's like, but you still have to buy the individual. Yeah, I beat all the levels from Hitman 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, it's my backlog.
And I did them multiple times to do multiple different things or multiple different ways to do it. It's super cool how they do that stuff.
I'm so impatient for Hitman. I'm just like, I'll be like trying to set something up and then I'll miss it by like a centimeter. And I'm like, oh fuck this, and then just go guns blazing and then end up getting myself killed. Something like that. That's why I started playing Metal Gear Solid Delta because I got that. Gotta have Metal Gear Solid. Even though like I played it at Gamescom and I was like, man, the performance is really bad. I played it on the Xbox dev kit, Xbox Series X dev kit at Gamescom, and I was shocked by like how poor it was running, to be honest. So I don't know if it's better now, after some updates or whatever. But I did do the early level, and it's funny like how your muscle memory kicks in because it's literally identical to the original. At least what I've seen so far, like all the enemy placements are the same, the map layouts are the same. As well, like you can change up a bit by changing the camera perspective more so than you could in the original, but it is basically like the same. But I was even in Metal Gear Solid 3, I'm sitting there thinking, fuck, how did I have the patience for this shit? I'm just running through like trying to trank everyone instead of like actually doing any real stealth.
Yeah, maybe
I used to have patience, Rand. What happened?
You lost patience, man. Maybe you had maybe you just had all the patience in the world as your kid. You didn't have so much on your plate to do where you know.
Yeah. I used to make cartoons, man. I used to like make animated cartoons in Adobe Animate when I was a kid, or it was called Flash back then. And I'd spend like 6 months on a cartoon for like 3 minutes of animation. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, how the fuck did I have the patience to do that? You know, it's
Nothing
crazy, man.
better to do or whatever. But yeah, let's
I suppose there's no YouTube Shorts back then.
yeah, let's talk about this Xbox Magnus stuff because a whole bunch of information came out. Supposedly, the Xbox Magnus is going to be double the price of the PS6, and what does that mean? One, I mean, do you even hold any like do you? Because I don't even know if you guys even reported any of this. Because definitely
No,
WCCF
I
Tech and all
told
these
team
other
not to
stuff
look
was
at it.
just like, hey, the Magnus thing, the price being double because like, oh well, Steam's going to be on it, so therefore blah 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 blah, and it's like,
I told the team to ignore it because
okay,
I think it's all bullshit. Frankly,
okay, well then,
I think the idea that it's there's no way they can know what the price is going to be. There's no way they can know any of that shit. So it's just, and the thing is when like all that stuff gets announced, it'll be so far in the future that no one will, be held accountable for putting out false information because it's so long in the future. So it's like literally pointless to report on. I do know that Magnus is not an Xbox code name.
yeah, I
I
mean,
looked into that.
is a AMD code name apparently
Yeah,
for
so
the GPU or whatever it is. But then
I really
also,
I doubt incredibly highly that Xbox would let their system be twice the price of the PlayStation, even if it was way more powerful. I can't see that happening in any universe. So I just kind of ignored the whole thing at that point.
right. What about the whole reporting of 3 PlayStation pieces of hardware? You got the PS6 high end, a PS6 low end, and then like a dockable handheld that apparently they're doing that apparently is double the power of the ROG Ally, but also like the price of a Switch, I guess. Switch 2. Like I don't know, there's a lot
Well,
of
again, I doubt that very highly. Again, um, just just removing the Windows overhead is not gonna give you that double performance because you can do that already with like SteamOS and Bazzite, and it's just like that's not what happens in practice. So a lot of stuff might seem like that on paper, but when it comes to actually the finished product in your hand, it's not like that. So double the power of an Xbox Ally for half the price seems like fantasy land to me. But who knows, man? Maybe there's some secret GPU like the Xbox One had in the power brick, remember? Or
mm,
wasn't it
oh
like,
yeah, the secret GPU thing. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's like when it's like reporting that's so far out, so many things can change between now and then. Like unless there's like a picture of it or a document or a schematic, like when the FTC documents leaked to the mid-gen Xbox upgrade, like that's something tangible you can look at and be like, oh well, yeah, this never happened, but at least we know it was a thing that was real. But everything, between now and then, it's just I don't know. It's not it's something I'd want to really hard verify with the document as someone who is kind of known for accurate hardware leaks, you know. I was the first person who put out there that the Xbox Ally even existed. So I've got a high bar when it comes to hardware information.
All right. I mean, it's fair enough. I also am very much skeptical of pricing stuff this far out because even if we're talking about a PS6 in 2027 or 2028 or Xbox Magnus in 2027, this seems too far away to
What do
even.
tariffs and interest rates look like then?
Well, I mean, hell, like they won't even give the price of the Xbox Ally X right now, and that comes out in a month because they're still probably wondering what the best course is, let alone a system that might come out in 2 years potentially. Because I don't think it's coming next year. And the idea of I could see the idea of PlayStation doing like a 3 SKU approach or 2 SKU for console because they might be looking at it like we expect these consoles to be expensive, and if we're going to be selling a base PS6 at $700, because the way I look at it is PlayStation's not going to discontinue the PS5 when the new system comes out. Right? When the PS5 came out, you could still get the PS4 and the PS4 Pro. They didn't discontinue it. Like the Xbox One X was discontinued. So people are still going to get the PS4 and the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. It's like, okay, well, what's the pricing going to be for the PS6? Probably like $700. But that might be too much for a Like that's the entry level. So you got to come up with one that's cheaper. So maybe they come up with this cheaper one that's 400 or 500 because that's the price you would need to get people in at, just like they kind of did this gen. So I could see them doing that, even though they kind of did it with the two SKU approach this gen, but the systems were still the same power. It was just one came out a hard drive. But this one, you know, supposedly would be like this one's this power level and this one's this power level. So it'd be like a Series S situation because they need to hit different price points. But then even, I think we talked about on Tuesday, Capcom's over here talking about the price of the PS5 being a barrier to like Monster Hunter, where like Monster Hunter sold 10 million copies in a month and then has struggled to sell 500,000 copies since because you have a barrier to entry because of the price of the consoles and everything. And it really seems like, well, the tech's only going to get better, so all that stuff's going to be more expensive, plus the whole tariff situation and all those sort of things. It's like, well, who knows what these the thinking is on the prices that are at this point. So, I mean, all we know for sure is that like they're going to be doing stuff, PlayStation, and Xbox will be putting out their own stuff. What the pricing stuff will be, I think is, because I'm sure they have a bunch of different proposals. Like we could sell for this, we could do it for this, we could do it for this. I mean, we've sort of seen that information in the past. So like the idea of like, oh, it's going to be double this. Was it going to be double the cheapest version? Is it going to be double the? And it would just, you know what? If PlayStation did do this, Jez, like a Series S version. Is it's like, hey, Microsoft was on the right track. They were just a generation too early, like they have been for a lot of stuff, huh? Just always too early to something. And that's what the market, you know, so I could totally see that happening. But the whole price stuff, it's like, we're 2 years away from these systems even being a thing, really. So
it also could be a case of like Sony just prototyping things out, feeling it out, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, like Xbox did with the Brooklyn mid-gen Xbox and stuff like that. Just because they might be prototyping some of this stuff doesn't mean it'll actually manifest into a product you can buy.
I mean, hell, there's prototypes of their handheld, but no, that's never coming out, or at least anytime soon, right?
No.
So, yeah, I think we talked about everything I wanted to talk about. So we're gonna answer some Patreon questions. So thank you guys for hanging out with me and Jez today. If you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Check out the Patreon where you can ask questions and get access to podcasts and all that good stuff. Patreon.com/XB2. And check out our sponsor, Surfshark. VPN. Links in the description. Save 86% off 2 years, a 2-year deal. Yep. Might come in very handy in the future for reasons. But yes. Let me get to the Patreon stuff here, Jezaroo.
I did put a thread up, right?
Yeah, I see it. Let me just log in real quickly.
RDX Son of Fett dropping a super chat. Thanks, buddy. He says, Call of Duty is an arcade shooter, and I love the skins. Man, I genuinely don't begrudge anyone who likes the skins, and there is clearly a lot of people who do like it. It's just like, I just think they're dumb. Like, it's like, for me, so it's like a me thing. And now, Battlefield's offered an alternative. So, like, I don't have to put up the skins. And I think it's fine if they want Beavis and Butthead in the game, then fine. But I'm also sitting here thinking, like, does Gen Z even know who they are? If it's about Gen Z, why aren't there like Gen Z people in it? Like, I don't know. Who someone Gen Z likes, Rand? Taylor Swift?
I have no idea.
Why is Taylor Swift not in Call of Duty, Rand?
Probably too expensive. And if she was going to be in anything, it'd probably be in Fortnite. Because Ariana Grande is in Fortnite. Isn't Nicki Minaj is in Call of Duty, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
But I suppose it's part of it's like she's probably
RDX and it also says, will there be a pre-order for the Xbox Ally X at all? I would imagine so. I don't think they're just
I would hope so.
I don't think they'll show up on store shelves and be like, by the way, they're available. I think you'll get an announcement with a pre-order thing.
Yeah, maybe that's another TGS thing. Maybe they think like Xbox Ally will over-index in
yeah, potentially.
Japan,
or it could just be a random announcement like on a Monday or Tuesday next week sort of thing where they just have a trailer, an announcement with pre-orders, and an Xbox Newswire article. They could easily
They've got
go
to
that
lock
route.
it in soon, man. We are like,
Yeah.
retailers have got to start stocking their shelves and shit. We're getting really close to the wire.
Yeah. We got
Reviewers have got to get their review units. Hint, hint.
pushing
For
polygons
anyone
with the
listening.
super chat says, don't know about you guys. I've been gaming for 35 years. Do you really get sick of a genre? Do you really get? I mean, have I really gotten sick of a genre?
My tastes have changed. I don't know if like. See, this is why I said about the Souls-like stuff we were talking about earlier. Like, part of it is like not necessarily being sick of the genre. It's just like being like, these aren't as good as the real thing. You know, they're not as good as the FromSoft stuff. And I think that's so often the case with a lot of the Souls-likes. Like, I thought Wu Chang got pretty close, but it wasn't as good as Lies of P. It definitely wasn't as good as any of the genuine Soulsborne games. So, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, we mentioned the Souls stuff, and I would say I was never really a fan of the genre itself. I'm a fan of some of the individual games within the genre, so I wouldn't say I guess maybe I'm sick of seeing everything be a Souls-like. So you see a really cool game, and it's like it's a Souls game, and you're just like, oh. But as far as a genre you liked that you didn't like, I mean, I'll point to JRPGs. That used to be my favorite genre during like the PS1, PS2 days. And now I never really play them. And it's not, I don't know if it's because I got tired of them. Maybe I just lost my patience, Jez. Because, you know, to play those games, do this stuff, you need a lot of patience to play that stuff.
I definitely have to be in the mood for it. Like I put down Wu Chang pretty much because of I was on this one boss. Oh, what was it now? It's like this tiger boss thing, and I was just like, I can't be arsed with this right now. And I went and played something else for a bit. The boss wasn't even that hard. I don't think it was like going to be as hard as some of the other bosses I fought in that game. But I just couldn't be bothered to learn the boss's attack patterns or whatever. I do think you've got to be in a certain mood for that stuff. It's kind of like with listening to Tool.
Okay.
I really like Tool, but I've got to be in the mood for it. When I'm in the mood for it, I love it. But like Tool is often like a slow burn sometimes. Speaking of music, did you see Deftones at the top of the US Billboard charts?
I did.
I contributed to that, man. I bought the vinyl, the new album, which is fantastic.
You see,
a lot of good music coming out.
K-pop Demon Hunter still dominating music and streaming charts, bro. Have you watched it yet?
No, have you watched it?
I mean, I watched it, yeah, like a few weeks ago.
Oh,
yeah,
that's interesting. Are you a K-pop stan now?
No, I'm not.
No. Oh.
But yeah, as far as the RPG stuff, I say that, and then I will mention Expedition 33 is my game of the year. So. And that's a RPG. But
I actually think Kronos is my game of the year so far. It's crazy.
Bro, how could you do Expedition 33 like this?
Expedition 33 is good. It's okay. It's not my favorite.
Why are you racist against the French?
What? How dare you imply such thing?
You're like Poland.
That is such a stereotype that British people hate the French.
I mean, you're siding for a Polish studio over a French studio. Both small, independent.
That is true. That is true.
Why one over the other?
No, man. I prefer like pierogies to, I don't know, what do French people eat? Garlic. Baguette. Yeah, I'm not a fan of baguettes, man.
Yeah. We also have a member chat from Andy Hart for 43 months. He says, "Are you enjoying Kronos? Personally, I think very well made and decent price with a strong learning curve." Yeah, we just talked about it. Me and Jez both really enjoyed it. Jez likes it more than me. I think the price is great on it. I think if you enjoy survival horror games, this is right up your alley. Is there a steep learning curve?
I think some of those combat sections force you to learn a little bit.
Yeah,
about the combat.
Because maybe if you go in there thinking you'll play it exactly like Resident Evil or Dead Space, you're probably gonna have not a bad time, but you're gonna have to readjust your expectations for it, because you'll be fighting for inventory space more often than you do in those games.
It's tricky.
And you won't
I
have
find it
as
to be
much
tricky.
ammo as before. And the game isn't as upfront about what your goals are and why you're here. It's definitely more vague because they keep that, like, the weirdness of the science fiction of what's going on is like a central theme to the game, which isn't the case in Dead Space and Resident Evil. So those you might kind of struggle with and like get further and read some of the notes and things like that. But there's still a lot of fun.
It's almost
to be had there.
Lynchian.
Yeah.
Nightmarish.
And I do
Lynchian.
another issue I have with the game is I do think it takes way too much to upgrade your guns.
Yeah, we know. Yeah,
like you're finding you're finding energy all over the place, but to
New Game Plus One, bro.
To upgrade everything, it just takes like it just
New Game Plus One.
I know New Game, but like if the thing is, like, I would want to be like, I'm gonna rock with the fully upgraded pistol, fully upgraded shotgun, but you really can't. You're gonna have to choose which upgrades are you want to use, and I focus on the pistol because I like the pistol the most because of the charge shot. You know, you have it fully upgraded, you can basically do a lot of damage to headshots. But then it's like I'm neglecting my shotgun because of that, or I'm neglecting the carbine, and I sort of feel
points all over the place, bro.
Yeah, but I sort of feel like if the game, I don't know, if the game sort of was a little bit more lenient in their prices for upgrading stuff, I would
See, I completely ignored upgrading reload speed because you never really need to do a panic reload anyway. You just switch the gun. So I didn't upgrade reload speed at all. Just weapon sway for the accuracy and clip size for the inventory space. That's kind of how I did it. Yeah. Oh, and the power, of course.
Oh, of course, power. You gotta get the power up in there so you can do more damage. But then also you're gated because even if you have enough energy, you might not be able to upgrade what you want because you might have to wait until further into the game because they'll be like, oh, this station can't, this can't do it. I'm like, really? Like, I have the money here. I want to upgrade the damage, but I can't because I'm artificially held back,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like that aspect. But let's get some questions here. We had a question here from Pat Rock who says, if they make a Call of Duty movie or TV show, are they going to have Beavis and Butthead and Peter from Family Guy in it? That would be fun.
Oh, God. What? On that note, why isn't there a Fortnite movie? Because you would have thought that would be ideal situation for a Fortnite movie. You could have do you remember Roger Rabbit? And how it was was it Roger Rabbit the 80s or the early 90s?
It was 90s,
unprecedented. It was unprecedented that Disney and Warner Brothers worked together on that. So you had Donald Duck versus Daffy Duck on the piano, which I think is genuinely one of the greatest scenes in cinema history. It's just so fucking funny. I really stand that movie. Why couldn't Fortnite have some kind of ridiculous ultimate crossover thing where it's just you got Family Guy in there and Dragon Ball Z in there? Surely if anyone could pull that off, it'd be Fortnite, right?
So, right. And I'm looking at it here. This came from Daniel RPK, who's a leaker in the film industry or whatever. This was 5 months ago. He says, you just know Fortnite is next. There was already talk of a Fortnite movie, but multiple studios passed on it.
Oh.
That's obviously going to change now. And this was in response to Minecraft almost making $1 billion. But then Epic CEO...
Did it not make $1 billion? Did it not cross the threshold?
It hit 960. But then Epic CEO Tim Sweeney says that this was false. That he said, let's see. What did Tim Sweeney say? He basically just said false. So apparently whatever that Daniel guy said, Tim Sweeney said no. But you are right. I mean, considering the Minecraft movie made as much as it did, you would think Fortnite would do any better. So I would imagine Epic would want to partner with somebody or to make a movie. I don't know. But that does seem like a missed opportunity that they haven't done one yet. But maybe they will.
Agree.
We got Silas, who says, "Welcome back, mates. Since we have 2 questions this week, I've given the first question to my daughter, who is also president of the U.S. Jez Corden fan club. She wants to know why you often take time to mention how silly console warring is with trolls, but you often have Colt Eastwood, who is one of the biggest Xbox fanboys, apologist trolls on social media, a guest on your show. Isn't that hypocritical?" There you go. Answer that question, Jez.
Bro, why do I have to answer that
Or is
question?
it? But is it you? I
Is
use
a fanboy. I genuinely don't. Sorry, Carl. I don't really watch YouTube videos about gaming. Partially because I don't want it to affect my opinion or be accused of plagiarism. So even by accident, so I don't watch YouTube. So I'm honestly not that familiar with Colt's content. I know he gets a lot of flack on social media, of course, but like, is Colt a fanboy, Rand?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Of course, he's a fanboy. Yes, I'm a fanboy.
I'm not.
I guess there's.
I'm not a fanboy.
You're absolutely a Microsoft fanboy.
I am nowhere near.
You are 100% the biggest Microsoft fanboy in the world. The thing is,
that is fake.
The thing is,
news,
I'm a fan of Xbox, but I don't really consider. I think there's different levels to it. Like there's the toxic fanboys, right? Mm-hmm. Where it's like I like Xbox, and therefore anytime I talk about PlayStation, I have to talk negatively about them. Or I won't even touch their systems. Like I am a fanboy of Xbox, yes, but that I still play all the games I want on my PlayStation, and I think I'm consider myself pretty fair and balanced when it comes to topics about either company. I'll give more shit to Microsoft because I care more about it, or to Xbox, I care more about it than I do with PlayStation. And hell, we don't even really mention Nintendo on this show because I just don't care about Nintendo, right?
I like mentioning Nintendo on the show.
And the thing is, I usually have Colt on the show because Jez can't be on the show. So Colt's usually a replacement for Jez. So that question really should be directed more towards me. And the reason I have Colt on here is because Colt's one of my BFFs. I talk to him all the time. So if Jez gives me one of those, hey, I can't do the show tomorrow, can you get a replacement? I just call up Colt and be like, want to do the show tomorrow? And he's like, absolutely yes. Because he's someone I trust to be able to have opinions about something, and he knows how to do a podcast, right?
Well, this is the thing about Cole. Like my experiences with Cole are all when he's been on the podcast, and he gives Microsoft as much shit as anyone else when I've been speaking to him. So like, if there are fanboys that will criticize, and the fanboys that criticize, I just think of them as fans, not fanboys.
Well, yeah,
and then there are fanboys who will literally worship everything their preferred company does, and that's to me what defines a fanboy: someone who can't ever criticize.
I think there's different. To me, there's different delineations of fanboyness. So, but yeah, I mean, whatever. I get what you're saying. So maybe to
Colt's a friend, that's the thing at the end of the day. Like, I might not necessarily agree with all of Colt's opinions, but the thing is, I think there's a difference between, again, a delineation. One of those delineations is someone a grifter, and I think like Colt is not a grifter. He's someone who puts his genuine opinions out there, and even if I don't agree with his opinion, at least it's his opinion. But there are people out there I know are faking it.
Yes.
No names mentioned, and they're doing it just for clicks or clout or whatever, and that's not their real opinion. It's just fake as hell.
Yeah.
So Colt is not a fake person.
I think Colt also likes to have fun on social media, so he likes to anger the PlayStation guys because they can get easily angered. So I think some of his posts on social media are to try to trigger some of them, or what have you. That's like my read on it. So
it's a shame we can't joke about that kind of stuff, because I post disgusting food on social media sometimes because I like triggering people too. It's funny. But people it'd be fun if you could console war in a joking kind of way. Like how I was joking about French baguettes earlier, But people are so sensitive about console war because of the people who take it too far. that it's become like this precious thing you can't joke about now. Like I joke about like Apple all the time and all this kind of stuff because people don't take it that seriously. People take their chosen console platforms really, really seriously for some reason.
Yes.
And I think it is because some people have genuinely taken it way too far. You can't even joke about it anymore.
Absolutely. It's tribalistic. You're going to like look, there are definitely podcasts out there that where if you want a opinion about Xbox that is the most positive and how they can do no wrong and how PlayStation is the utter dog's bottom, you know, like is garbage. There's podcasts you can listen to where you can get your fix. If you just want everything is, you know, sunshine and rainbows at Xbox and the world's against them and PlayStation is just fucking garbage, you can find those podcasts. You can get that talking point, and I'm sure there's exists the PlayStation ones too, where if you want a PlayStation podcast that talks amazingly about PlayStation all the time and shits on Xbox 24/7, those podcasts exist too. There's hardly any that are, you know, the only talk about PlayStation and we'll talk about Xbox if necessary, but isn't like the we need to get hate Xbox clicks that a lot of PlayStation podcasts do. Those all exist if you want to find them. If you want, you know, if you want it, there's a podcast for you. You know, so.
Yeah,
I don't listen to any of those.
I don't see the. I think having a little bit of a joke around with console war. I troll Nintendo shit all the time, but I don't see that as toxic. I see like targeting people, getting personal, and being like just nasty and doxing people and all that kind of shit. That's when it gets really weird, and that's when it's like that's happened to me. I had like a wave of trolling on social media recently, and I was just like, oh, that's just standard Twitter bullshit. But I found out that one of the editors at Windows Central had sort of put a clickbait title on one of my articles to try and boost its traffic, and it was like a bit incendiary. This title was, and that's where the hate was coming from. And I was just like, fucking hell, who changed this? Because that was not my title. So then I went and changed the title back, and then it was this whole fucking drama.
I guess there's like funny, just haha console warring stuff, and then there's personal attacks that people have. So there's like different versions and ways of console warring. It's a very complex question. So
it is, yeah. But Colt's like a genuinely great friend. He's like helped me out a lot, you know, and we talk a lot. And obviously, he's a good friend to Rand. So, and I think you can have a genuinely good discussion with him about Xbox and stuff like that. It's not like speaking to certain people who are just like full bore fanboys that you couldn't have a genuine conversation with, you know, like a pure grifter. Colt isn't like that in my view. So
yeah, he says, Rand, now go take a nap. How does World of Warcraft housing push the concept forward? What new ideas have they brought forward, and is it user friendly? I guess that's a question for you, Jez.
You could answer it if you want.
I knew they were doing World. I have no clue how that's implemented. What does it actually mean? You can buy a house in World of Warcraft now?
Yeah, so this is the big feature for next expansion. Is like they've added player housing, and it's something people have been asking for a million years. I won't go on about it too much because I know not everyone here plays WoW, but
nobody plays WoW.
WoW is still one of the biggest games by revenue, man. I hate to tell you, bro. I hate to tell you, but basically, I actually spoke to the team at WoW about player housing. I played it myself at Gamescom. I've got a whole preview up on Windows Central if you want to like get more detail about it. Definitely read that and check it out. But it's purely cosmetic, you know, for one thing. But they actually said like we put this in the game because we really like playing Animal Crossing. So it's exactly. It riffs really hard on Animal Crossing, you know, for better or worse. Now, if you hate Animal Crossing's house building, you're not gonna like WoW's house building. But it is crazy intuitive. It's so detailed what you can do. You can like manually place like the grapes and bananas on your table if you want to get that granular with it. And there's also like a basic mode where you can just snap things automatically just to make a quick little house or whatever. So it's really, really well done. And the reason it's well done is because it's taken 2 or 3 expansions for them to make this. So like they worked really, really hard on it. But what kind of interests me about it is it's so intuitive and it's so detailed. I think this could eventually become like a level editor kind of thing, where people could make and share their own dungeons, a bit like Mario Maker. This is like a whole system they've made that they can build other things on top of. And they've basically put a level editor in players' hands. So maybe player-made quests and player-made dungeons are coming up in the future. I don't know, but yeah, go and check out my my preview on Windows Central for more detail. And yeah, it was really good, man. I love house building shit in games. I really loved it in Fallout 76. So I'm gonna be all over this shit, and it's gonna take over my life. So I'm really happy about it.
All right, we have Chris M. He says, "Hey guys, welcome back. While you were out, I tried some other Xbox podcasts, and one of the hosts for one made a backhanded remark about free games. Basically said making a good free game doesn't make it a good game. That seems in line with a lot of negative sentiment around freemium games I've heard, often from hosts and analysts, and generally tied to the idea they're bad for gaming. But if you look at our recent freemium games, their quality has improved quite a bit. Games like Zenless Zone Zero, The First Ascendant, and Lost Ark are a few examples of pretty decent games with great production values. I wonder if instead of people being negative on freemium games for stealing potential audience and harming gaming, as I've heard mentioned, perhaps we should applaud them for making better games and turn a more critical eye to major publishers like EA or Ubisoft for resting on their laurels for too long and not making the same strides to improve what they're doing the way the freemium games have, thus allowing the gap between them to close to a degree."
No, I completely resonate with that. And because I'm like someone who's come around to this myself. So, I'm someone who was pretty much like, if it's free, it's going to be trash. And I'm still in the sort of camp where it's like it's not so much the fact that it's free, assuming the quality is going to be bad. For me, a lot of the time, it's the assumption that I'm not going to get all the content without some kind of pay to win or some kind of bullshit attached to it. I don't like gacha games. I don't like having a gamble to get items or whatever. And I kind of just want to feel like I'm getting a full, complete experience, which is why I prefer World of Warcraft subscription model. And a lot of people hate WoW's subscription model, but at least with WoW, it's like, yeah, I pay monthly for it, but I'm getting a full, complete package, and I don't have to gamble, and there's no whalification of the game and stuff like that, right? Or at least not a huge amount. But having said all that, obviously I've got close relatives who are Gen Z and younger, and they play mostly freemium games, and I have sort of come around to this sort of opinion that, like, as they've shown me stuff like Genshin Impact, the Hoyoverse stuff specifically, actually, it really is surprising the quality bar that they can extract with a game like Genshin Impact. Like, you can truly tell that Genshin Impact is not just a cash in. It's like, it's clear that this is like a labor of love for these devs in a way that traditional games often are, or at least how we perceive them to be, right? So, which is why, like, when I saw that Genshin Impact developers are making a Pokemon-like, I don't know if you saw this, Rand, but one of the things that I'm salty about with Nintendo is I feel like they've done a really bad job of managing the Pokemon IP. And like, Nintendo defenders will have to come and say, "Oh, it's not Nintendo's fault, it's Game Freak." And I'm sorry, but it's like, Nintendo's production team is there. They own like at least a third of the property, and it's one of their biggest franchises. I'm pretty sure Nintendo bears some semblance of responsibility for the lack of quality in the modern Pokemon games. Which is why, like, when I look at what Genshin Impact's doing with their Pokemon kind of game, it already looks like it's better than Pokemon in terms of pure production values and shit like that. And I think, like, that comes back to your point of that should be a kick up the arse for some of these developers, when there are companies out of China and Korea that are making free to play games that have a very high bar for quality now, Whereas, like, some of these other games, like Pokemon or like a Ubisoft or whatever, or like the previous Battlefield games, they really rested on their laurels until it was like they took it too far and they have to snap back. But that's capitalism, right? capitalism, if it's working well, competition should end up encouraging people to actually do a better job, right? So, yeah, I've come around to free to play games, and I have been impressed with the quality that some of them are hitting these days.
Well,
and obviously stuff like Warzone is very, very, very big. And PUBG as well.
The thing is, they look great and they're fun.
Oh, it's PUBG. Hang on, is PUBG free to play? It's not.
It's free to play now. It wasn't for a long time. It was like $30.
Oh,
but hey, I mean, like I said, I put 200 hours into Warzone. Warzone wasn't crap. Warzone was fantastic, and you didn't have to spend a dime on it. It was free. The thing is, people wouldn't be spending all their times on these games if they weren't good. Like, you talk to people who play Fortnite, they legitimately love it, and Fortnite looks great as well, you know, on the consoles and everywhere. So yeah, I mean, like, normally you think of free, you think of mobile slop, but that's not really the case. You have a lot of really good-looking freemium games, and the reason people play them is because they're good. And I know that's a thing that you have to worry about with the future of the industry, because with those games being free and taking up so much time and money, that those people don't want to try out new experiences, but that's their prerogative. I don't know if that's more an indictment on other games being like, well, make something better to win me over, you know? But that's just, hey, that's how the market kind of went, and
it's how the cookie crumbles.
These consoles kind of became free-to-play machines. It's kind of funny how that happened, where like free-to-play on mobile became so, you know, the people just talk so much shit about it, but then free-to-play became the hugest thing on console, but just in a different way. And I mean, it's not for me. Like, I'm not gonna play any of those games you mentioned. I'm not going to say I'll never play them, because I did play Warzone for a bit. My buddies are really into Delta Force right now. They're playing Delta Force every single night. The extraction mode, they've been trying to get me to do it, but I'm like, I got too many actual other games to play right now. I'm sorry, I can't devote any time to Delta Force. You know, there's always something.
Overwatch is free to play as well.
Yeah, Overwatch.
So Gore reminded me in chat. I completely forgot about that, because that also was not free to play at launch.
Overwatch 2 free to play. So it's because the games look great and they're fun. If they weren't fun, people wouldn't play them. And if they look like shit, people would, you know, that's all it comes down to. It's like people think they're worth their time, so they play them. He said, quicker second question. Given Kronos to New Dawn's lack of difficulty setting and the rather grinding way it's super stingy with resources, making the game quite challenging at times, what are your thoughts on how they packaged the deluxe edition? It had 48 hours early access and some skins, which are standard. But then it also included ammo, health items, and some cores for upgrades, which felt weird until I played the game and realized the difference the Deluxe Edition had on the gameplay experience with those extra resources. Almost like an easy mode to a degree. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. I look forward to the podcast.
I mean, I did notice that after the fact that there was giving away cores and stuff, but
how many cores did they give away, though? One? I think it was just one. But is one core really that big of a deal? I mean, I guess you could start off with more health right away, or an extra inventory slot, which would help. I didn't have any of that, though. So to be, I noticed it was what, 8? Was it 8 bullets and like 3 shotgun shells? That's really
like
not
one combat encounter.
But I guess the idea of is like, okay, the skins, sure, the early access, that seems to be standard for most stuff. But in a game that is intensively resource heavy, and they're providing you these resources, is that a little unfair? You know, in a way of like,
I mean, that stuff is probably only going to help you for like the first hour of the game, if that, maybe the first half an hour. So I don't really see that as a particularly big deal. And this has been a standard for a lot of JRPGs. Do it a lot, like Persona, for example. Like the Persona Deluxe Edition has like certain like really powerful personas in it, which trivialize a lot of the game, or at least the early game. So at least the Royale Edition. So it's been pretty standard in some corners of the world where this has happened, and I do agree that it's potentially a slippery slope. But I obviously, like, the review copy did not have any of that stuff in it, and I would rather I would honestly like prefer to play without that stuff because it doesn't really make the game easier. It just probably makes the first half an hour a little bit smoother, maybe. Maybe you're getting one extra inventory slot more early on, but like at the point I'm at the game, like basically at the end, I wouldn't have even noticed that that existed. You end up with so many cores that none of that really matters, especially if you're doing the full exploration of the game.
Right. Let's see what else we have. Quicker second. Oh no, we just did that one. Okay. C Woody says, "Hey fellas, this will probably be addressed in the show, but I was just wondering if Jez had heard any underground info on the next gen Xbox OS at Gamescom. I've been thinking about this often lately, and I know we assume it'll be Windows based, but I've been continually worried about the user interface. I really hope it won't be too far removed from the current Series X user interface. The Xbox app is fine, but for daily use, the menu navigation doesn't quite cut it for me. Thanks. Keep up all the hard work."
No, I completely feel that. And in fact, I had a conversation with someone on our Discord about it recently. They had the same fears, right? Where it's like, um, if it is the Windows interface comes with a lot of caveats. Like even now, Microsoft's been sort of Windows 11ifying Windows and sort of trying to add a dark mode. And this is something like Zach Bowden on my team really hates is the inconsistency in the Windows user experience, where it's like, yeah, there's a dark mode, but half of the operating system doesn't even know what a dark mode is. You know, the code's not there. So I do think I would hope Xbox would want to preserve the feel of a console, you know, which is this consistent TV oriented sofa casual kind of experience. And I suppose that's the challenge Microsoft has got. Like, how do we bridge the full power of Windows and the versatility that we think people are going to want in this device while also maintaining an actual console like experience? I would hope that they can nail both, but it really does remain to be seen. And the work is like very early days yet. So I don't really have any good information for you right now, but it's something obviously I'm consistently exploring and trying to investigate.
Okay. Let's see. We have Omen who says, "Welcome back. Do you think the ROG Ally and X will outsell the Xbox Series X and S this holiday season?" No.
Definitely not.
No.
Too expensive, probably.
I don't think so. But then again, who knows what Microsoft hardware plans for the Xbox hardware? But no, I do not expect them. I would not expect them to. Let's imagine hypothetically that did happen, where the ROG Allies sold more than the consoles. What would your first thought be?
Play Anywhere is about to get a lot of new publishers on board.
Would your first thought being like, I need to see the money, I need to see the unit numbers? You know, because it'd be like, what? To me, it'd be like.
I don't think they'd share. I honestly don't think if that did happen, I don't even think we'd know about it.
Yeah, yeah, probably not.
But let's assume some document leaks or gets left in a bar, which tells us the hard figures on some of that stuff. I would be absolutely shocked for one thing. But then I'd also be like, was the stock levels for Xbox Series S and X just really bad? I don't know.
Yeah, true.
I think I would hope that Xbox is going to do some good sales for the holiday season. I mean,
but you thought they were going to do it last year, and they sure as hell didn't.
Yeah, true that.
I don't know if they're saving all their stock for the GTA 6, but they actually have some then, but I don't know. Who knows what they're thinking. Panda Man.
I wonder if GTA 6 will launch in cloud.
No.
I don't know, man. GTA has been a pretty big supporter of cloud.
No, it won't.
And I don't mean Game Pass. I mean cloud, like buy to own.
Like stream your game.
The buy to own, yeah. Buy to, what do they call it now? Buy to stream or whatever. Not Game Pass. I just mean you buy it and you can play it on cloud.
I'm gonna say no. That's my prediction. Panda Man says, "Hey guys, I have 2 questions this week. First, I've listened to a podcast coming up on 5 years. Wow. Time flies when listening to you guys. One thing I noticed is how well prepared Rand is with the topics and the structure. How much time does Rand put into preparing for the show? Could you walk us through your process?" Huh. Okay. So I usually pay attention to everything that goes on during the week, and I'll read like the articles or I'll watch the videos and stuff. So already in my mind, I know what I want to talk about and I know how it's structured. Then I will bookmark certain articles, in my tabs. So if I need to like bring them up, I'll have them for easily accessible, so I can read from them. And usually before the podcast, I'll just kind of go through and I'll write down, like for instance, like today's, for example. I have a list in Discord. Xbox Magnus price, Helldivers 2 Xbox sales, Hollow Knight Silksong crashes stores, Perfect Dark almost saved, PS5 price barriers to Monster Hunter sales, 007 First Light state of play, Starfield 2 anniversary tease, Termar Amada, Xbox Cloud Gaming on lower tier, which we didn't get to, but surprise, surprise, cloud gaming's on standard and the lower tier now, so it's cheaper to. They didn't actually.
Didn't I leak that?
You did. Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, I did. I did leak it. Yeah,
but you didn't. I think you said there was going to be a new tier, and it didn't. They didn't actually create a new tier. They just brought it to the lower tiers.
No, I did. I did say in my next gen cloud predictions article. I did say they're gonna expand it to other tiers, I think. But
yeah, so it's on the cheaper tiers now, which is good because potentially more people could get into it. And COD movie, so like those are all just basically a couple words. So whenever I want to change topics, I can just easily look at that and be like, okay, which ones we talked about? Let me get this. And I already know, because I've already read all about all this stuff. I already know like the ins and the outs. And if I want to bring up something specific, I'll have some article like bookmark so I can just bring it up. But that's usually the process. It's usually paying attention over the week and seeing all the stories and just remembering what they are and then talking about them. Second, I think we messed up as gamers and entertainment viewers. I've recently gotten into my local library, which actually has a fairly large physical gaming and movie section. I actually bought a DVD player for the first time in forever. Do either of you use your local library for entertainment? And yes, we do check out books as well.
Local library?
I don't.
You mean like like with the books in and shit?
Yeah, books. But libraries also have movies and stuff that you
I
can
haven't
rent
been
from there. Games you can rent from there too.
Yeah, my local library is like 2 miles away or so. I used to go in there a lot as a kid. I used to rent comics from there a lot. Like, do you know Asterix?
Yes.
I used to rent Asterix comics from there, or borrow rather, not rent. But nah, man, I am not a big library person. I don't think I've been in there for maybe 30 years. Literally about 30 years. Do you ever go in the library, Rand?
Dude, I haven't been in a library since high school. I know that they do offer those things, but I've never. At least they didn't offer the video game stuff when I was still going there. I do have family members who do read, who will rent. Like you could. I don't know if you know this, but you can actually get like ebooks from libraries. Like I know there's like the physical copies, but you can rent ebooks from them. But there's like sometimes there's waiting lists, so there's not. It's weird because it's like a digital download, but they only allow so many people to have it, and then like you'll have to like have a waiting list to get it. But yeah, like I don't know. I don't know if many people know that. I don't know if many people know that you can rent movies and gaming stuff from libraries or ebooks or whatever. I think that's just kind of one of those things that is under the radar because I don't really think who really uses libraries outside of people in school. Really, and well, actually, who even uses libraries now? Because you just use AI. People just use ChatGPT to write their papers and everything for them now. So
they sure do.
I don't really think people really they just don't know what the library offers anymore.
Yeah.
But my sister-in-law,
kind of sad.
My sister-in-law is a big reader too, and I'll tell her some books to read, and she'll be like, "Oh, I just marked it out from the library. I just gotta wait until this point in time until I get it or whatever. So yeah, I mean it's an easy way to read some stuff, check out some stuff without spending a lot of money.
Hmm.
Rave Damos says, "Gentlemen, happy Fridays, happy September, happy my favorite time of the year, and football is back, baby. Yeah, fall's getting here. That's my favorite time of the year, and the weather is great right now in Chicago. Like if this is the weather all year round, I take it. It's a nice 65 degrees outside. It is beautiful out there, man. I really could go. Like if the perfect temperature for me all year round would be low 70s and 60s, and then maybe getting down to the 50s at night. I take that all year round. Like mid 60s, low 70s would be absolutely perfect. Like I don't want anything in the 80s. I could handle 40s, fine, but like I don't want to get below that. Just like where's a place where I could live where the average temperature is like 65 degrees outside, That's where I would want to live.
Scotland. Move to Scotland.
Yeah. Friend, I know you are a Chicago Bears fan, but I don't know which sport is your favorite. Also, Jez, I don't know your favorite either. Best. Your favorite's probably soccer, right?
I don't really like sport much, at least for watching it. I mean, sometimes it can be fun, like if you're drinking and watching like a major competition with friends, like I don't know, Premier League final, World Cup or something. It can be all right. For playing, I've actually started regularly playing badminton for exercise.
Okay.
I haven't done any sports for about 25 years. So the fact that I'm doing badminton now is like a shock, I suppose. It's been a shock to the system, but I'm really enjoying it. Really enjoying me some badminton, man. So that's my favorite sport to play, at least for right now. But when I was a kid, I used to play rugby. I was in my local rugby team for my town. Used to get shit kicked out of me every weekend. And then when I turned about 14, I was like, I actually don't like getting the shit kicked out of me every weekend. So I quit doing that. But I like doing that for a while.
So my answer is going to be complicated. Because the sport I like to play the most, and the one that I was actually good at, was baseball. And the sport I've actually been to the most is baseball games. But that there's obviously it's not just like a simple answer, because when I was younger it was baseball because that's what I played. I loved to watch my favorite team, the White Sox, on TV all the time. But then like 7th, 8th grade, high school, it was all about basketball. I played basketball. The Bulls and Michael Jordan were dominating, so that's what I would be watching, right? But even then, I still love baseball. So I'd still watch baseball. I just wasn't playing baseball anymore once I got into high school. And we would play like pickup basketball games. So I'd actually play basketball more then, because I played like basketball and baseball during like grammar school. I wasn't good enough at basketball, even though I still enjoyed playing it. But I was like an all-star at baseball. I was really good. And so that was the one that I really liked to play. And then like when Derrick Rose...
I feel like there's a book coming.
Well, no, it's like... But then eventually I stopped watching baseball after the White Sox won the World Series. They became a shit team. I stopped watching the Bulls after Jordan retired because they were awful until Derrick Rose came back. And then I got really big back into basketball because they were exciting to watch. And football was just kind of something you watched. But I like the Bears. I never really loved them as much as I loved the Bulls or the White Sox. And I've never been to a Bulls game. I've never been to a Bears game. I've never been to a Cubs game. I've been to one Bulls game, and I've been to probably like 40 White Sox games. So, yeah. The only thing, so you just basically, I hate the Cubs though. So I like the Whites. I hate. I basically grew up, and my grandparents, my granddad told me he'd disown me if I was a Cubs fan. And my grandparents were the ones that showered me with gifts and spoiled me. So when Grandpa says, "I'll disown you if you like the Cubs," well, fuck the Cubs then. So
he bribed you to hate the Cubs.
So I hated the Cubs. I've hated the Cubs my whole life. I root for two
That's
teams,
funny.
the Chicago White Sox and the team playing the Cubs. So, but yeah, I'm. If you're asking me what I'm excited for to watch now, like it'd probably be the Bears because I feel like the Bears are going to be good, or at least better, while the White Sox and the Bulls suck. So as of right now, I'd be like, I like the Bears better. But if you're talking about the overall, I mean, White Sox are my team. And the Bulls were the Bulls. I mean, they're the greatest NBA team of all time. So, but the constant in all this is that the Cubs suck. Good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. Hollow Knight Silksong and Gamepass. Who is getting the lion's share of the benefit of Gamepass? We know that developers get differing benefits from Gamepass, such as lump sums to payments based on their user activity. Gamepass is often a difference between the developer going down to it thriving. We know from the Bloomberg interview with Team Cherry that the reason Silksong didn't come out earlier was the developers were having fun dreaming up extra material and adding it to the game. And the original game selling multi-million units meant that Team Cherry were making a living off of the earnings of the game. It sounds like Team Cherry didn't need Game Pass for Silksong to be successful. Did Game Pass get a boost by promoting Silksong? I'm seeing a lot of material on socials where Xbox are advertising Silksong. You mentioned that perhaps people are buying Silksong in lieu of playing it on the subscription, but people buying it on Game Pass get a discount. Perhaps the reason why Silksong is $20 is because of the Game Pass bag? Your thoughts, Gentle Souls? What do you think about it? That's an interesting question about Silksong. What do you think, Jez?
I highly doubt that it's $20 just because of Game Pass. I think that really feels like an ideological decision by them, being like, we could sell this for 30, but we don't want to. It feels very much like them planting their flag on that price point. So, I have no idea what their financials are. I have no idea how much Microsoft paid out for that. But at the end of the day, the team wants to support their team, right? And they want to make sure, like, or presumably at least, they want to make sure everyone involved gets a good payout at the end of the day and gets paid fairly, and hopefully like gets rewarded for their hard work and stuff like that. The margins on Silksong with such a small team have to be astronomically big, So I think they're just a cool team. And they've priced it the way they want to price it because they love it and they're passionate about it and they just wanted it to be that way. As for Microsoft, I think Microsoft sees a lot of value in co-marketing Silksong against the Xbox Ally. That's something they've been doing very, very passionately and loudly. Clearly, Clearly they know how much they're clearly projecting how well Silksong was going to do. And maybe they just wanted to like throw their weight behind it, or I don't know. I kind of feel like it benefits Microsoft more.
Maybe they
with
felt
the Ally and stuff like that.
Maybe they felt the game was going to sell enough that they were perfectly okay with taking extra money from Game Pass. Like, there was just like, hey, we're going to sell so much on PC, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and Microsoft is over here wanting to see how much, it's more money for them, right? Like, I wonder if it was just like, hey, we're going to be good no matter what. Let's just we'll take this deal,
But I think there's also like you said earlier, it's so cheap.
Yeah.
That even though I've got Game Pass, I've also purchased it.
Yep.
So maybe they're just like people. We kind of feel like people will buy this as well.
Unless Team Cherry comes out and says like the reasons why they took the deal, it'll just be constant speculation about like because clearly you could make the argument it's like, oh, maybe they took the deal because it's taken so long, so they want the extra bag just in case. But, from the Jason Schreier thing, the Bloomberg interview, they're basically like, no, we were just having so much fun making the game, coming up with all this extra stuff. That's why the game took too long. And we were, living off the residuals of the game because we sold so many copies. It didn't really seem like one of those where like, oh, the fate of the studio rested on this. So, like, to make sure that everything's good, we're going to take a Game Pass bag, right? It doesn't really fit the profile of some of those something else, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it was just Maybe Xbox offered a good deal for them, and they're like, all right, we'll take this. This is extra money for us and more. I don't know, honestly. Like, Hollow Knight Silksong. Let me ask you this question, Jez, based off the Hollow Knight Silksong. Is Hollow Knight Silksong like the biggest game to be on Game Pass outside of Call of Duty, in your opinion?
Probably
the
is,
game with
it?
like the most hype. I mean, you could mention like the Dooms or like Starfield, but it definitely seems, considering how popular Silksong is and how hyped it's been. Is there a game on Game Pass that's been as hyped as much as this game?
I don't know, man. But that's the weird thing, is like no one's really talking about it being in Game Pass. I suppose because it's so
Microsoft
cheap.
is doing marketing, but I think people are just
Microsoft is.
They're like, where am I going to get this game at? And it's $20. Okay, fine. I can go without Starbucks for a day, or I don't go to McDonald's to get my lunch. I got my game and I'm ready to play it. I don't know. I would be very interested in seeing the like download versus like buy option on Game Pass for this game in comparison to another game of its caliber.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I like? I'd be super curious on the finer details of this. Or how many people played this game and didn't even play the first one? How many people are going in blind for the first time? How many people are turning it off right away? Would people get frustrated? Because it's not like... Now, I haven't played the game yet. I would imagine the map system's still the same.
It is. It's exactly the same.
So someone coming in blind might be like, what is this? I don't like this. Right? Because that is a complaint from the first game. So, and I know people were like, oh, you need to improve that for the second one, and they didn't. So someone dropping in on Game Pass might find that and be like, I'm lost. Do you find yourself getting lost? Or do you just what to expect
I'm
based
used
on...
I'm used to these kind of games. You know, I've been playing Metroidvanias since I was a little boy. So it wasn't... I like that shit. But I see what you're saying. That I actually had some questions on Twitter where people were like, is this hard? And I was like, I came across a boss earlier that...
I've seen people say that it's harder than...
I thought was harder than...
It's harder than Hollow Knight.
Yeah, I came... seriously, I came upon a boss earlier that I thought... An optional boss. That I thought, this is harder than anything I fought in Elden Ring. You know? So, obviously, like, there are opportunities to upgrade your character, just like in Elden Ring. So I'll come back to that later. But, yeah, it's not... the game tests you, man. It really does test you. Is it harder than the original? I'm not sure if I'd say that, but it's not easy. Definitely not easy.
Yeah. Second question for Rand. You may not have played any games last week, but did you get any reading in? Well, of course. You know, I had to get the reading in. That's not something I can do when everybody's asleep. But everybody would go to bed at like 11 at midnight, and I always stopped playing soon after. So to me, like, my gaming time is... I usually will start gaming anywhere between usually like 8 o'clock, and I'll play to like maybe 2. But that's just the time frame of when I'll play. It doesn't mean I actually will. And then after that, it's like I may end early if I want to watch a show. Like Dexter Resurrection, which, by the way, anybody seen Dexter Resurrection? It's fucking amazing.
What's that?
Dexter, the new season of Dexter.
Dexter's Laboratory?
No, Dexter, the serial killer.
Oh.
Yeah, the new season of Dexter is incredible. It ended last night. If you are a lapsed Dexter fan who watched like the first 4 seasons, like me, and then stopped because the show kind of became shit, watch Resurrection, because it is as good as the best seasons before. It is so good. Alien Earth is great.
Canceled?
No, I mean they canceled it back in the day, and then they brought it back when all the new streaming platforms became a thing, and they brought back Dexter 10 years later, type of thing. But this new season has been fantastic. So I'll watch shows after I game or whatever, and then I'll read books. I usually read books before. I try to read 100 pages a day, sometimes more, sometimes less. So yeah, like I read recently, I'm currently reading Empire the Vampire by Jay Kristoff. I finished up the Lincoln Lore novel number 6, Resurrection Walk, which was a lot of fun. I read Stephen King's The Long Walk, because the movie's coming out next week. And I read this book back in, like 1996. when I was in high school, so I wanted to read it again because the movie's coming, so I wanted to see how close they'd stay to it. But yeah, so those are some of the books I read the past week. I'm currently 200 pages in Empire the Vampire. Dark fantasy, Jez. Vampires. But not Twilight vampires. Vampires that are actually how vampires should be. Murderous sons of bitches. You know?
Damn.
The good kind of vampires.
I feel that.
Let me see if there's any more questions that we have. Because I know Jez said you didn't get a lot of sleep, so you're probably tired.
Yeah, and I've also got to get up early tomorrow.
So no more Patreon questions, and we got RDX Fet saying I'm a 1991 millennial, and I love the TMNT, and American Dad, and the boy skins. Well, there you go. That's why you love it so much. But with that said, I think we're gonna end the show there. Jez needs to get to bed. I need to get some food in me because I'm hungry, and we will see you next week, probably on Tuesday for Xbox Ultimate, and then Xbox 2 on Friday. So do us a big favor, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, hit up the Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, and check out our sponsor for Surfshark VPN. 86% off, 2 years, links in the description. And hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. Enjoy the weather. And we will see you soon. Keep it gaming, everybody.
Take care, everybody.